appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and I will turn it over to Elena Keegan from the Central Pines Regional Council, who is our facilitator for the next 2 days.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. It's really great to be here with you all. The Mayor just mentioned a lot of work went into this weekend, and I will say I do not want to take any credit for that. I've been meeting with staff, and they've put a lot of thought into the content that they are going to be sharing with you, for you to talk with yourselves about and decide, how you want to move forward as a council in the year ahead. So I did want to make sure we recognize your staff because they've done a fabulous job preparing for this weekend. So with that, I want to start the next 2 days with you all by doing a little bit of some ground rules. If any of you have been a part of a retreat before, you've probably experienced this. I know some of you experienced this last year. These are a combination of some things that I personally am recommending as ground rules for this conversation, but also things that came out from my conversations with all of you. So you all are aware that each of you individually had a conversation with me about what you're hoping to get out of this retreat, what you're hoping to get out of the year ahead. And there's some common themes that are reflected in the ground rules and then in some other materials that I'll be sharing with you throughout this weekend. So what I'm going to do is run through this list of ground rules. If there's questions about what specifically a ground rule means, or if there's an addition that anyone would like to make to this list, I would love to hear it from you all now. So the first one is respect the clock. Also respect, as we can say respect is in there as well, but respect the clock is most important because, as you all know, we have a packed agenda. We are starting relatively on time, but I know that there's going to be a lot of time for discussion between you all, and so we really want to make sure that you can get through all the items that you've selected to be talked about. And that'll be my job, but would love to have us all collectively be aware of the agenda that we have in front of us and the work that staff did to bring it to you this weekend. The next is be present. This is a hard one. Please try and keep phones, computers down or off as much as you can. I know some folks might have school closures or delays or other things that are going on, but it's really important that we all are in the space together, and so I ask as much as possible to stay off your phones and your computers. And I will be reminding everyone of that throughout the next couple days. The next one is seek consensus. So you all are aware that the power that you have as a collective council is when you find agreement with one another. Consensus means everyone's on the same page, and that's really what you would like to strive for, because when you all agree, you can actually make change, right? So we're going to be seeking to find places where you all agree on the different topics that you are discussing in the next couple days. The next one is explain reasoning and intent, and this one might feel a little bit confusing, so I'm going to explain it. I would like to encourage you all, when you're saying thoughts as you're having these discussions, that you explain how you came to your conclusion so that your peers can understand maybe where they agree with the process you took to get to that decision or disagree, and then we can have a little bit more conversation about that context, because I think sometimes if you just have a statement, there's not a lot of context there. So please, I encourage you to share your intent behind statements. And then focus on outcomes. And this one was universal from all 8 of you. You really want to come out of this weekend having made decisions and giving staff direction. And so I really encourage you to focus on strategic outcomes that you can request from your staff. You are not going to need to answer all the hows, but that's what your staff is here for. And so as you're having these conversations about the different topics, thinking about the outcome you hope to see in the year ahead from your staff will be really important. So those are the 5 ground rules I've got. Are there any questions about those or additions to the list? Perfect. All right, so these are going to stay up here, and I'm going to keep this here. So what we're going to do, I know I heard some strong no icebreakers. So we're not doing an icebreaker. This doesn't count as an icebreaker. But I want to thank the mayor for recommending the inspiration for this activity. So Mayor, it's going to look a little bit different than what you experienced. But it is based on something that the mayor participated in during a Bloomberg workshop. And I think what is most notable about it is that you all have limited time, right? I know, I think it was at last retreat, which I was able to join you all at, there was a lot of discussion about how much is on your plates. Many of you have other jobs, you have families, you have large groups of constituencies, and so time is really, really valuable and finite. And so what we're going to be doing is individually and then collectively reflecting on how you use your time and what you want to see from the result of that. So we are going to do this in 2 phases. And if anyone can't see this, let me know. I know the text is a little small, so I'll read it out loud as well. Is everyone able to see this? Okay. So you have Post-it notes in front of you. You also have a pad. You can use either, whichever is your preference. Some folks like to use Post-it notes so you can put an individual thought on each one, or you can put them all on a pad. And you're going to answer individually for the next several minutes the following questions. In the next 6 months, how do I want to spend my time? Oh, sorry, not a notepad, paper. In the front. And if you don't have a pen or paper, we can... Anyone need anything else for the... Okay. Everyone's got a pen, everyone's got paper. Perfect. So individually answering, how do I want to spend my time in the next 6 months? And this should be specifically focused on actions that you would like to take. And I know an example that I can provide is have meetings with folks in the community. And then you're going to also answer, in the next 6 months, what do I want to accomplish? And you're going to write down outcomes that you would like to see in the next 6 months. And I'm going to give you about 5 to 7 minutes, depending on how long it takes everyone. That's fine. appreciate it. Just 1 or 2 more minutes. I see folks are still writing, so we're wrapping up soon. All right. I know I still see some pens going, but just to keep us moving. So then we're going to now, we're going to shift from individual to groups. So what you have written down, if you still have thoughts you need to jot down, you can keep doing that as you shift into groups of 4. So I think the easiest way with the setup is going to be if folks can kind of just mush together. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be fine. However, if there's an easier way to do it, that's fine. Just 4 this way and 4 this way. And what you're going to do in these groups of 4 is you're going to share your answers. So you're going to have a chance to sort of reflect on what you wrote and collectively identify shared answers or concepts that you can agree upon reflect similar things that you all wrote. And you're really looking to answer the following 2 questions now as a group. What do we want to accomplish in the next 6 months? And what do we want to spend our time on in the next 6 months? And what we're going to be doing, once you finish those conversations, we're going to be coming back together and sort of putting together a group compact or wish list of the next 6 months. So it'll be things that you're going to be wanting to share back out with us. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay. And if you have any questions, just let me know. So give you about probably 10 minutes in your groups. The coffee arrived, so I'm going to, if anyone needs coffee.
Yes.
Okay, it looks like they're bringing it in. still talking, but we're going to kind of start sharing out. So if you haven't written down your final answers that your group decided on, do that now. And if you haven't identified someone to report out, do that now. All right. So we're going to answer each of them. We're going to go group by group with the answers. You're not going to read both questions. You're going to do accomplishments, and then we're going to talk about time. So group 1, whoever has been tasked with reading. Nice. So what do you all want to accomplish?
Had a great conversation on what to accomplish, and it really revolved around different connecting with community, but I heard a lot of what can I do? Make sure we have enough time to sleep. I heard that, and that was really important. You know, how do we make sure we manage our time so it is healthy enough to focus on the issues of the day, focusing on learning about issues of the city, and how do we say that to the community and make sure we're informing them of all the work that's being done so that they can better have a say in creating the future of that. We want to do that through meetings on the public side, on the public participation side, but then through our own analysis of learning about the system. So trying to summarize that. Sorry, I didn't take notes, and so I'm trying to remember everything, and there was a lot. So
no, that's fine. I want to make sure I capture, because sleep I wrote down.
It's a big one.
Manage your time so that you're able to serve the community is another. Right. Mm-hmm. And then having some repeat the second.
Sure. So it was just interactive to make sure that we're educating the community to that end. Sleep was important because I can't, I didn't say that, Janet said that, and I was like, oh my God, that speaks to my soul, because I did not put that on my paper. But how are we balancing the fact that some of us have other jobs, that are demanding, and we can't always put the time? I'm going to jump ahead because
it's a metaphor for boundaries, right?
I have a 4-month-old, so I agree on the sleep.
But how are we working together as a group, I think, is a big one. And I think I'm jumping ahead to the group one, so I'm sorry if I'm not following.
No, you're fine. It's just what you all want to accomplish, and then we'll talk about how you want to spend your time.
Right.
So that might be where we talk about group.
Okay.
Unless you feel like it accomplished whichever you want to put it on.
I'm going to say it, and you put it wherever you think it belongs.
Okay.
How are we going to work as a group to recognize the strengths of each other, to say, okay, you're great on planning, you're great on community engagement, and then work together to inform each other instead of all 8 of us working on affordable housing and that being our big thing, and then we're missing something. So I think that summarizes a lot, but please edit my comments, my group, if I missed anything.
Yes, and please correct me if I summarize this incorrectly. Coordinating and collaborating as a council. Does that sound like an efficient summary of? Okay.
Yeah, can I say the one? There was one point where we certainly want to hear community voices, but also want to know what are the trends, what are the emerging issues, what are the challenges that we're facing. So we want to hear from the community, but are we running out of land? Are we running out of water? Like, what are those trends we need to prepare for so we have the balance of what we're hearing from the community, but also what are the challenges before us as a city that we need to solve, and then we can educate the community on here are some of the pressing issues that are coming our way.
Yeah.
And I was hypothesizing you might spend a third of our time in the formal duties of city hall, city council meetings, like formal committees, a third like out in the community, right, listening to voices, experiencing the city, and then a third might be the benchmarking, the trends, the policy, the research, the more proactive, bigger picture
understanding the bigger
that help us actually be effective.
Yeah. That makes sense. I want to make sure, because you said 3 different things.
Well, I was saying it was about time allocation.
Yes.
For me, it was like a third. As a hypothesis of how I might divide my
Gotcha.
time in informal community research, policy trends, benchmarking, and a third on the formal actual meetings.
Gotcha. I see some head nods, so I feel like folks agree with you on that. Okay. Group number 2, accomplishments.
Yeah, and if it's okay, I'm going to start with how we're going to spend our time.
That's fine.
That's how our discussion started.
Yeah,
there.
that's fine.
And I think we were all pretty aligned in that we really want to stay close to the ground and talk to our residents, speak with our constituents on a regular basis, whether that's through town hall meetings, monthly or quarterly meetings with residents, our roles on boards and commissions as liaisons, and just being very accessible to our residents.
Yeah.
And then also accessible to one another, so staying in communication with each other, and I'll just put a star on the idea of really playing into each other's strengths and competitive advantages so that we can do as much as we can with the limited time we have on this earth. So what do we actually want to do? We got into, I guess, more policy-related topics. So what we talked about, at least in terms of consensus, everyone brought up public safety. We want to make sure that we are increasing our staffing for Raleigh Police, that we are lowering vacancy rates and increasing compensation and benefits for all of our public safety personnel and essential departments. We also talked about affordable housing. We're really excited to see how this pilot is working for folks that are unsheltered, and we want to, both get the data back about the results and then determine if additional budgeting is needed in this next budget for that program to continue and expand, as well as the DMV site, so getting that off the ground and continuing to build that work. We mentioned bus rapid transit, and I'll say a couple topics that just came up from each individual person. I'd say, I think we all agree with each other on our different topics, but, we have different priorities depending on where we sit. So, for example, Fayetteville Street, downtown came up. How are we really investing in that space? Forestville Road Park, continuing to implement that park and get it off the ground, as well as some of our top 20 intersections that have high crash rates, getting budgeting for them. Councilmember Branch had mentioned the DMV site. So we have a lot of different topics that we're all following, again, in our kind of individual focus areas.
Great. All right. I'm going to clean this up so that we can have it available throughout the next couple of days, but I just want to reflect on it quickly. So accomplishments and how you want to spend your time. I think the biggest thing I heard from both groups is finding out ways that you can leverage each other to be more effective. And I think I heard that in your individual conversations as well. There's a lot of desire to see where each of you can lend a hand to each other and be more effective as you reach out to the community. A lot of desire for coordination, a desire to spend time in the next 6 months understanding the trends that are on the horizon or maybe are already here. And that is probably something you'll have to partner with staff on. Being close to the ground, so being close to your community, spending time with the community as much as you can through a variety of ways. And then this is sort of building on the leveraging of your strengths. So you all obviously represent different parts of the community, come from different backgrounds. How can you work together to do that? So those are some things to, in 6 months, have you all spent time on that? You'll want to check back. And then accomplishments, there's a big mix here, and I know it's hard to sometimes we all have different priorities, to come up with a list that doesn't include all of those priorities, but this is sort of what you all collectively would like to accomplish. I'll still start with sleep, because I know that.
I think that's all more on the time where we were talking about life balance, so I just don't want the community to think that what we want to accomplish is
sleep.
Sleep, right? So I think a lot of what we reported out should be on the bottom part about how we're managing our lives and being healthy and being present.
Yeah. No, that's a great I will happily move that.
And can I add just really quickly?
Yeah.
I think it's the transparency, what we were talking about here. And, we can talk about police officer and that we need more, but we need to be able to transmit to the community what that means to tax increases in order to increase the basis to pay for that. So our job is to make sure that the community understands all of those points rather than just say, I'm going to add 400 officers when right now we're in a 100 officer deficiency and we can't hire that. So it's kind of false to say, oh, we're just going to add 400 officers when we know we can't do that right away. So how do we better communicate that so that they understand what's coming? And that's where I think it led to the understanding the plans of the future and the trends. That's what I think we were trying to communicate.
Okay, that makes sense. And this, hopefully it's reflected in helping the communicate feel educated and informed on the actions you're taking as well. Does that feel?
Yes.
I'll add that. Okay. So we're going to move about, which I think is a really good addition. Thank you, Mayor. To have sort of the mental balance, sleep, coffee will be something that you want to make sure you're prioritizing so that you can effectively serve the community, which is also up here, but I would say we can move down here for time. Increasing public safety staffing and pay, which I know this group said, but it also sounds like might be something that is reflected in your priorities over here as well. Seeing the results of the pilot on unsheltered community members, providing services for them, launching the DMV site, making sure our community is educated and informed on the actions that are being taken, making progress on BRT, and funding projects for high crash intersections. Anything that anyone wants to add before we shift to our next topic? So with that, we're going to move this that you can, we've got our next presentation coming up. Yeah, okay.
Excuse me, it's a wonderful segue. So we are going to bring the resident voices into the room with us.
I gotta get a new headshot.
So this is a local artist, and she is a registered vendor in case anyone would like her services. There we go. All right, wonderful. Hopefully you had a chance to go into the other side room. What did we see in that other side room? Some beautiful Lego displays by fourth graders. So what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be focusing on your priorities, but we're doing that in the context of the voices of our public. And then we also have a little introduction for us today from Joyner Elementary. So Luke, if you wouldn't mind getting that teed up.
Welcome to the Big Ideas Raleigh podcast. I'm your host, Dan Bagley. Today's episode is co-created by fourth graders at Joyner Elementary School. If you know anything about 10-year-olds, it's that we don't know exactly what we're in for, but we're excited to find out.
Are we excited? Yeah!
We'll be joined by the Office of Strategy and Innovation, aka the Office of Yes and, which seeks to infuse creativity and bold thinking into local government. They are currently working on the city's next strategic plan, and our local students are going to help us dream big.
A better community space or something. So if we want to build this new park here, for how are we going to get the money and what are we going to put there so it's safe for people to climb on it?
There might be flying cars, lots more technology, better AI. Yeah, that's probably what I would think it's going to look like.
I'm Dan Bagley, and we'll see you next time on the Big Ideas Raleigh podcast. So did you guys have fun today? Yeah!
Great. So special shout out to RTN and also to Dan Bagley for helping us put that together. So that will be Season 2's promo for the Big Ideas Raleigh podcast. But the work that you are doing today is focused on the next 3 years. But the next 3 years are building us to the future. And so for these students, it's the work that you are doing today that sets that foundation for 10 or 20 or 30 years from now. So again, we invite you. They have given you some little notes written just for you, so we invite you to keep those ideas in mind. But today we're going to move forward. And look at your priorities. So we gave you some homework, and thank you for doing that homework for us. And we look to you to see about what are your priorities for this next time period. And as you can see, there's a lot of alignment. So Elena talked about the consensus that you're here to build, and that consensus will allow you to then have action and to take those steps and have those outcomes. So you have had this material before, so this is not new to you. But for those in the room, as you can see, we mapped it out. And we have tremendous consensus about housing, about environmental resilience, community engagement, economic development, and transit. So now the question is, what are the priorities? So what we have done is we have taken extensive amount of time to talk to the community and to learn from them what is top of mind for them. And now we're going to go through basically a workshop with you where you are going to go through a prioritization exercise.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thanks again for joining us for part 2 of this priority conversation that we started at the work session last week. So at that time, we reminded you the structure of our strategic plan, and today we're really going to talk about this objective priority level set of content. So we've heard from you, we've heard from residents, now it's time to bring it all together and figure out what is it that we want to focus on for the next strategic plan. So we've already talked about your alignment here. We're going to show you how this all fits together with our resident priorities. And you all received a report ahead of today's meeting that had the results of our community engagement efforts for the strategic plan. So that included stories and experiences that we heard from residents that resulted in a list of community priorities for you all to consider including in the next plan. We had an opportunity to then take that list of community priorities, map them onto your priorities to see how that all fits together. So there's a version of that displayed here, but the report you received was organized in that same way. So hopefully you could see the alignment that exists. So that's an excellent foundation for today. That means that what is top of mind for you all is also top of mind for residents, and that should make our work easier today to be able to identify a prioritized list of things to work on. So you all saw the full results, but I'm going to briefly recap the list of community priorities so that we can all be on the same page, and then for the benefit of the folks who are joining us today. I'll go through this pretty briefly. And here's a lovely snapshot of the residents that we got to speak to. So the first council priority around housing, we heard 2 community priorities here, which were to enhance housing security for Raleigh residents and to support high-density, multi-use developments that provide diverse housing options and integrate with transportation networks. The next council priority was around environmental resilience. And here we heard 3 items from community priorities: to enhance waste diversion practices and curbside services, provide programs that enhance climate resilience for residents with a specific focus on vulnerable populations, and then to encourage climate resilient new development. The next council priority around public safety, we heard from residents as well. They would like to see enhanced community safety measures in a broad sense of safety. Around community engagement, council, nearly all of you identified an emphasis on community engagement, and we heard from residents here a desire for clear service standards in order for us to deliver consistent, high-quality services that are responsive to their needs, and for us to deliver a seamless and inclusive customer service experience. Under economic development and innovation, we heard from residents a desire to strengthen partnerships with workforce development organizations, to build a robust entrepreneurial ecosystem so there's better coordination and collaboration across the organizations supporting small businesses, a desire to modernize and streamline the city's business support processes, contracting, how to do business with the city, business support, and eliminating barriers. And finally, to highlight Raleigh's local culture as a driver of tourism and economic development. Under the council priority of transit, we heard from residents 3 community priorities. So improving the resident experience moving across the city to a more seamless, accessible system, especially when you're moving between modes of transit. To expand and ensure the safety of the transportation network, focusing on vulnerable users such as pedestrians and cyclists. Investing in the future of transportation by expanding clean energy transportation and the supporting infrastructure for that. And then finally, the council priority around employee pay and benefits. The community priority aligned here is about cultivating an inclusive and innovative workplace at the city by enhancing staff policies and programs. So as you can see, there's a wide range of issues that are identified here. There's a lot of things we can be working on. The city will continue to offer a wide range of services to ensure a high quality of life for our residents. But today we want to talk about what is that more focused set of priorities where we want to invest more time and energy and jumpstart our progress over the next 3 years. So that's the focus of today's meeting. So to do that, we have a series of steps for you all. We'll walk you through 3 parts of the conversation. The first part is an individual exercise. So we just covered the list. You all have seen the list. You'll get to think individually. Select 7 from this list that you would like to suggest be included in the strategic plan. And we invite you to use some of the criteria here. You saw this at the work session. This came out of our strategic plan evaluation, learning about best practices on how to prioritize, plan, set strategic priorities. So we encourage you to think about what are priorities that are within the city's purview and influence, where we can leverage existing city assets to help us make progress, issues that have cross-departmental or citywide impact, because remember, we're bringing together staff from all across the city to work on these issues across service areas. And then, importantly, where we feel progress can be made within 3 years. There is a lot of work to be done over the next 10, 20, 50, 100 years. For this strategic plan, what are those actions we can start taking today and where we can see progress in those 3 years? Okay.
What list we're going to
So you have a little set of cards. Oh, there we go. Do we need one more set?
But these cards, are we sharing these?
We'll get to the cards in a second.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. We had a lot of supplies today.
Check 7.
So you have your list, and you'll be able to check your 7. And so again, there are many priorities that we have as a city. We also do have departmental business plans. So there could be some items on that list that departments are able to carry out. But you want to think about the way that the city of Raleigh organizes its strategic plan is we have cross-departmental teams. Yes. Oh, that's great. And so you have a roster of staff who are going to come together and be working on initiative teams for these. So this is something that you think that a cross-departmental team could really come together and think differently, come up with maybe a new approach to doing it. It's something that we have the asset. So when we come with an asset approach, the city is full of that. That is staff, that's buildings, that's social capital, it's funding. Those are the things that are within our purview. And that you think if we really put our attention on this, in 3 years, we could advance this forward. All right? So again, there are more of these priorities than our 7. But we also have, again, other departments. There are other ways that we could carry out the work. But in this strategic plan, in this moment in time, what are the 7 that you think we need to prioritize? Yes.
Before we start, can I just ask about this list? So there's the big buckets, and then within them there are community priorities that are listed that are slightly more specific. Some of these have multiples, and some of them have one. Particularly looking at public safety, and the one community priority is enhanced public safety measures, which could mean many things to many community members. Yep. Is that all lumped together because there was such a vast array of responses, or can you describe why some of these have 4 and some have 1?
Yes, that's a great question. Some of these we were able to pull out more specific things that residents want to see. Some of these also are still, there's room to better define what goes under each of them. And we would love feedback from you all as we go forward to define the specific initiatives that go within the plan. We want to, again, what exactly within public safety? What exactly within housing? What exactly within economic development do we want to focus on? So it's a little bit of both there.
And then also keep in mind, so these are basically forming objectives, but then underneath objectives there are initiatives. So there could be 1 to 2, even 3 that go under that.
All right, we'll give you all another 2 minutes to make your selections. I think some folks are ready.
I don't know. Are we supposed to put our names on here? You don't care?
I did too.
I just wanted to provide a quick reminder when you're speaking to make sure you pull your microphones down. You'll probably just want to make sure you knew that before we got into the conversation. I think IT is still struggling to hear some folks.
We're talking about our Legos.
Okay, well, don't when it's that.
Discussion about the Legos.
You don't need to do it when it's that, but future conversation, make sure to just pull your mic closer to you.
Okay, so I think everyone is ready. So the next step is to get into pairs. So you can just turn to the person next to you, kind of 2, 2, 2, 2, and share your 7 choices. But then as a pair, you are going to select the 7 that you want to share with the group for the next step. Okay? Well, that's a great opportunity to discuss and kind of collectively decide, again, kind of sharing your reasoning, impact, and make some choices.
And so this is where the cards will come in handy, because you can move your cards around, you can position them in different ways.
Yes, thank you, Heather. The cards are color-coded, and they're easy to move around, and we'll use the cards at the end of this.
So you checked this one. I checked that one.
We did opposite. Okay, let's see which ones we haven't.
That,
Not these. Okay, so let's see if we.
yeah, I know. Yeah, on this. I know.
Yeah, I almost like.
I was just thinking about.
We only get 7, so I was gonna waste one. Let's put a star here, and we can like take this one is phrase at the end.
You've pulled out the corresponding cards as well. And then we're going to go ahead and share. So the pair will share your selected 7. And we'll start at this side.
Thank you. I was also told that we need to do the mic thing, so if people at home can't hear us, someone just tap me. What's interesting is Councilmember Harrison and we picked, I think, of the 7, 5 of the 7 the same. And then we actually, upon discussion, switched out one and added a different one that neither of us had, and so we had some balance. And so for transit, we said improve the resident experience moving across the city into a seamless and accessible system. We also felt like the word accessible touches upon the bicycle and pedestrian experience, and so that was a way that we could pull that in since we didn't have the ability to add that specific card that talked about bike and ped. For housing, we did both the enhanced housing security for Raleigh residents and the support high-density multi-use developments that provide diverse housing options and integrate with transportation networks. For public safety, we selected the enhanced community safety measures. Environmental resilience, provide programs that enhance climate resilience for residents with a focus on vulnerable populations. Economic development innovation, modernize and streamline business support processes across city departments to eliminate barriers to business growth. And then community engagement, establish clear service standards to deliver consistent, high-quality services that are responsive to community needs. I just want to also say that I think we both agreed that we would love to do everything that was on this list. And so picking these as the top 7 doesn't mean that we think any of the other ones are less important. We just, for this activity, had to pick 7, and we picked 7 that I think encompass some of the others as well.
Absolutely. And again, there are other ways that some of this work can be done, but we are thinking about, again, the prioritization of resources and the staff time to work on this. I was curious, you talked a lot about, or mentioned this notion of wanting to make sure it was balanced. Can you tell us a little bit about that process? So did you notice some of the things were originally in one category?
Well, we noticed that we didn't have anything from the blue card category, the economic development and innovation category. And so we just did a little retooling of the others. We initially had 2 under environmental resilience, and the other one we had was the curbside practices and stuff. We sort of felt like that may not be wide enough for a big idea. That seems like a very specific policy that could be accomplished without it being maybe pulled in. And we also felt that the other environmental resilience option focused more on large-scale, holistic solutions to climate change and resiliency. And we really wanted to include an economic development one. And I've personally heard from some folks that have struggled with opening businesses or doing innovative things with their businesses just due to some regulations or the process taking too long. And so, I had advocated for us to include that.
Great, wonderful, thank you.
Councilmember Harrison pulled her mic down, so she may.
I just have to add a plug for curbside services. I think there still are opportunities to think about compost service, how often we have access to recycling, and then loose leaf pickup. So those are conversations I hope to continue.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, we'll go to our next pair.
So we had 3 that we wholeheartedly agreed on, and then we talked and figured out the other 4. So the 3 that we agreed with right away was under the employee pay and benefits, cultivating an inclusive, innovative workplace by enhancing staff policies and programs. Under transit, improve the residents' experience moving across the city in a seamless, accessible system. And then public safety, enhancing community safety measures. And then the others we talked about, like under housing, I had one, Councilman Patton had the other, but we decided the one we're going to select is enhancing housing security for Raleigh residents. Under environmental resilience, since we can only do 7, I didn't select one, but Councilman Patton did, but we decided to go with enhanced waste diversion practices and curbside services. Goes back to compost, talking about residents from even food compost, but also even commercial, because even though a different vendor may be picking up their trash, they're going to the same landfills. So really looking at that holistically. Under community engagement, we decided delivery of seamless and inclusive customer service experience. Out of this, the conversation, I brought up, the call center, 311 idea. And a lot of times people are always emailing us as council members because they don't know where to go or who to talk to. And then our staff, they take the information, they transfer it over to the department, but then the department may need more information. So however way we can kind of, shorten the pathway to a solution, I think is great. And that is, and lastly, under economic development and inclusion, we chose strengthen partnerships with workforce development organizations to expand employment opportunities for vulnerable populations. And that also includes doing businesses with the city and things of that nature. Some of the same reasons that previous groups selected theirs, but also I thought about the group NC Works is a great partnership. When we talk about a vulnerable community and even our partnership of those who are unsheltered getting started, I know NC Works does free training, and they work with a lot of residents in the community, and companies go to them for people, for employment. So I think strengthening those partnerships overall are good. Did I catch everything?
Yeah. I'll just add one thing I thought was interesting hearing the thinking of the first group is that when we were vacillating on which economic resilience one to choose, I ended up thinking that curbside services would be a priority because I found it to be wider, while I thought the other ones sort of focused on individual actions, like you as an individual can come to the city and request rainwater rewards, relies on like individual action, whereas I thought curbside service is like a systemic change and thus like a heavier hitter. So it was just interesting to hear like the counter, the different ways of thinking through it.
Yeah, absolutely. With both, the way you're thinking, though, is reducing barriers, right, for either of those. Absolutely. All right.
Yep. So Councilor Silver and I had a lot of commonality. We both chose the two housing priorities. We both chose public safety. We both chose for economic development, modernize and streamline. And then on some of the others, we kind of negotiated, which one we were going to. So the community engagement, delivering a seamless and inclusive customer service experience. Standards are important, but the coordination seems to be, to me, the bigger issue, or to us. Environmental resilience, we did programs that enhance resilience for vulnerable populations, and then transit, improve resident experience.
Great. And in this process, I guess, were there certain parts of the discussion you found harder than others, or you found pretty good alignment?
Seems we were like one of the same person. We, like Councilmember Lambert Milton said, they were all important. We knew we had to pick 7. There was little room between some of them, and so we just talked it out, and I think we were down just to 1. So it was seamless and accessible. So I think it just worked quite well.
Good, good. So we are building on the movement of consensus today. All right, our last pair.
All right. So for housing, we selected enhanced housing security for Raleigh residents. For environmental resilience, we selected provide programs that enhance climate resilience for residents and with a focus on vulnerable populations. All right. Community engagement, establish clear service standards to deliver consistent, high-quality services that are responsive to community needs. Public safety, we picked the only one there. Economic development, innovation, modernize and streamline business support processes across the city departments to eliminate barriers to business growth. Transit, improve the resident experience moving across the city into a seamless, accessible system. And then we selected employee pay and benefits, the only one under that as well.
All right, and tell us a little bit about your process.
We were very efficient in that we if we had a difference of opinion, we just briefly described what was important to us. I know for employee pay and benefits and public safety, I think I hadn't chose one. We chose opposite and then explained to each other why that was important. But in the end, found that both would serve the city best, making sure that we have more in public safety, but that their employee benefits also went up so that we can attract more people there. Other than that, we had conversations that really aligned, and when we disagreed, it really wasn't a disagreement because it was just where our priorities lied. It's very fair. Like, okay, well, we picked that one here, and now this one will switch you. So I felt it was very collaborative.
Great. So if we look here again, we are seeing some trends. So we saw a lot of this when we did your initial mapping, and then we're coming to see this again affirmed in that. So we have several on here that actually all 4 pairs are in agreement on. We have and almost everything in all of the categories as well. So we have enhanced housing security for Raleigh residents. We also have enhanced community safety measures. We have improved the resident experience, moving across the city into a seamless, accessible system, and modernize and streamline business support processes across city departments to eliminate barriers to business growth. Those are the ones that have 3 or 4 in agreement on that. And then we have a couple of 2s as well. So support high-density multi-use developments that provide diverse housing options and integrate with transportation networks. We also have 2 in community engagement, establish clear service standards to deliver consistent, high-quality services that are responsive to community needs, deliver a seamless and inclusive customer service experience. And then we also have cultivate an inclusive and innovative workplace. This is in the employee pay and benefits section by enhancing staff policies and programs.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on employee pay and benefits. That's very important. It was just the wording of the community priority I found to be vague, so it didn't speak to me. But if it was worded differently, I might have chosen it.
Yeah, I would just add, we noticed it talked about staff policies and programs, and we felt a lot of that falls on the city manager's office, quite frankly. But I think we all support employee benefits and pay, and I think it was just the wording of it and we only got to pick 7. So.
Yeah.
And lastly, because I do need to step out for a second to take my daughter to school, but I know it wasn't on the sheet, youth, but let's just keep in mind for all of us, all these policies and everything that we do impact their future. Yeah. So I still want to tie, even though it wasn't on the sheet, it wasn't an option, but we do need to keep in mind that everything we do impacts those who come behind us.
Yes, absolutely. And again, I really encourage you to go see what they built. So if you see what the 4th graders built, it really was around this ability to have easy, accessible parks. They came up with like crazy ideas of spider water parks, or also like butterfly sanctuaries with kind of technology that are allowing them to come in and out. But they want to be connected. They want to be around people. They want to have vibrancy. It was a lot about access to trees, to parks, but to be around people.
Let me echo Councilmember Branch. I know you pulled some of this from our campaign website. I didn't put that in a survey, but youth was also a focus of mine, but more so on the older youth, the teenager, basically from teenager to 21, that is a very important group that was also a priority of mine, but I did not put it in the homework. I missed that one, but just want to make sure that Councilmember Branch is not out there by himself.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to note the youth item wasn't on our paper, so we couldn't choose it.
Yeah, we tried to stick to the ones where there was multiple folks who had identified it just for simplicity. But so really appreciate all of your comments, your collaboration with each other. Since there are some areas where everybody feels aligned, I'd love to hear some comments around what would success look like for you over the next 3 years. That will help us start to shape, the more specific and final objectives, and think about what work, what initiatives, what projects might come under these. So we can start with housing. I'll kind of guide us through. It looks like there's 3 or 4. But if we could hear from you all, what would success look like within 3 years that led to you all wanting to prioritize these for the strategic plan? Yeah. Please share with the group. Yeah.
The group. I hope that I'm echoing what Councilor Patton and I experienced last night. We were part of the PIT count, PIT count, and as we were speaking to people in encampments, there was a huge appreciation for the Bringing Neighbors Home program that we just started this year, where we were able to house or give direct money to 45 individuals to pull them out of homelessness. And even those who were sleeping outside last night were so grateful for that program. So when I saw that, that's the first thing I thought of as something tangible that could be quantified and measured over the next 3 years, is how are we actually bringing people and uplifting people out of homelessness. So that would be a tangible item that I thought.
Thank you.
In terms of housing, I worked on a project in Denton, Texas, where we came up with an anti-displacement strategy, and we often mention vulnerable populations. This is something we should identify. There's a heat vulnerability index. I think we should have a housing vulnerability index, because we talk about it in the abstract. I think we have the data, whether it's the income or the housing condition. We should be able to map that. So when we have these conversations, we talk about, gentrification is occurring. It's often talked about in the abstract. We know these locations, and let's go ahead and map them. So both the council, the community, the applicant for rezoning case understands they're now recommending a project in the area, quote unquote, that's deemed to be vulnerable. I think that's just very helpful. So there are other examples. Did similar work in another place where we identified by zones these places that are vulnerable. So the information is up front versus it being in the abstract. So to me, success would be having that tool that would be helpful for all of us, not just us, the community, applicants. So when we talk about a vulnerable population, we can know exactly what those boundaries are, where those neighbors are located. I think that'd be a very helpful tool. That would help us advance how we're going to target programs or plans for these vulnerable areas and populations.
Right. And on that one, it's a good example of something that is something you would be using multiple departments, right, to come together, and you are looking for a new way to either uncover that information, get that information out to people, and a better understanding of how you can use that information. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think with each of these items, what I'd like to see are quantitative performance metrics that we can review over time. So like environmental resilience, number of trees planted in socioeconomically vulnerable neighborhoods, for public safety, number of vacancies, let's see, transit, number of new frequent routes, every 15 minutes or less, that kind of thing.
Absolutely. And for this next plan, we have selected a contractor who's going to come in and set up all the performance measures for us.
I'll also say part of our goal with this feedback is to get clearer on what are those goals within a large topic area like transit or within a large topic area like environmental resilience. What exactly are you all interested in? Let's get more specific, and then we can work on putting some metrics on that, putting some data on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think for the housing topic, like when we think about enhancing housing security, for me, it would be really helpful to use some of the things that, like I always say, if you read one article one day, you can think one thing about the Raleigh housing market, and read a different article a different day, you can think a totally different thing. Like setting some sort of true north stars about like how housing secure people are right now, like how and that would be defined by like how many people are housing cost burden, how many people are severely housing cost burden, and how many people are homeless in our community, and then setting reasonable targets to reduce those numbers. So saying like reduce housing cost burdened residents by 5 or 10% of resident, and measuring it against the number of residents rather than just measuring like our programs, because to me those are like lower down in that ladder you've showed us, right? The goal is have zero, like functionally end homelessness, and then underneath that is expand the Bringing Neighbors Home program. Like that is a tool to accomplish the goal of functionally eliminating homelessness in Raleigh. So, so just to say, success to me on that first one would be setting like reduction in housing cost burden and homelessness in our city by some reasonable 3-year number.
Yep, absolutely.
So, yeah, number of housing units, right, coming online, approved, and how we are streamlining permitting. We have high standards in Raleigh, but how can we change to make it easier when we have said what we want to be built to get that on the ground in as fast a way as possible? And I think all this conversation on data, like how many housing units are we short in the city of Raleigh? What progress are we making, and really consolidating all of the different programs and initiatives on housing and housing security to a very understandable format so that the citizens can come along with us, residents can come along with us in understanding this unified goal that we all have and what progress we're making against it.
Yeah, how about we move on to the next one everyone agreed on was, oh, go ahead.
I just, now that the mayor made that point, I just wanted to add that it'd be helpful to understand, you always have these competing goals, that you have all these aspirations for a quality environment, but at the back end, it has a cost. So on one hand, you're saying we want to have affordable housing or housing security. On the other hand, you have all these other goals that drive up the cost of housing, including getting through the permitting process. So if we truly, affordable housing is not just a program, it's a whole ecosystem of rules and procedures and a permitting process that add to the cost. And I think it'd be helpful that we all understand that going in, because on one hand, affordability is not just a program, it's an entire ecosystem that needs to be in balance in order to achieve that goal. So I think one of my goals would be helpful to understand that so we're more wide-eyed, both us and a community, that when we make these decisions, understanding as the ecosystem, not just a single program, but other programs to support it to truly make that easy to do and affordable.
Absolutely. So when we think of systems change, there's policy change, there is behavioral change, programmatic change. Yes, absolutely.
So the next item is around public safety, enhancing community safety measures, and then a reminder, in that report, residents were really talking about safety in a broad sense. So not just kind of safety from crime and violence, but also safety around their identity, who they are, and feeling welcomed in the place where they live. So what might success look like for you all in that category?
Well, one thing I will say is certainly having RPD fully staffed, and at some point maybe doing some expansion of staffing. But right now, we just got to make sure they get up to a full complement of employees in the department. So that probably would be the most immediate goal.
Thank you.
I would say, again, like setting, for me, setting standards against things that are happening in the community. So like 10% reduction in violent crime, or 10% reduction in property crimes, or service level delivery standards that we can easily articulate to the community, like full fire response in X amount of time. Setting those as the goal, so that then underneath that we can see things like fully staff RPD, expand staffing, build new stations, and fully operationalize the alternative response unit. And Councilmember Branch is not here, but he has mentioned a public safety master plan, which seems like a strategy to lift up at this time, so do that for him.
To me, it's going to require a balanced approach. I'd prefer my recommendation would be more place-based. I'll take downtown as a location, for example. We recognize we have a vulnerable population. We have panhandling going on. There's a perception of crime. I've heard from people that said, I went to downtown, I was confronted, I'm not going back. Or businesses are saying, 3 of my employees were robbed in a parking deck, we're moving. So I think being very focused on where the problem is and figuring out how do we handle those in the vulnerable population, of balancing education and enforcement, But to me, I'd like to see a place-based approach. We have recommendations. We want to promote this place for tourism. Somebody comes and visits our city and has a bad experience. They communicate that out to others who want to come to Raleigh. So I think being very focused on an area that we have to address, recognizing that we have competing interests. So giving, because crime is going down downtown, but the perception exists. And I think if we want our downtown to thrive, we want tourism to thrive, we want businesses to open in our downtown and have it as a thriving destination. I think enhancing the police department, whether it's foot patrol, bike patrol, working with Downtown Raleigh Alliance, I'd like to be very place-based first and work on a location where we know it's a known problem. Whether reality or perception, we all know perception equals reality. So for me, focusing on that would go a long way to giving people the sense that public safety is top of mind and that the police have the support they need to be successful.
Absolutely. And you can always take the lessons learned and then apply them to other parts too.
Yeah, I just want to touch upon vulnerable groups right now that might be feeling fear because of new national policies. So immigrants, LGBTQ residents of Raleigh. I just want to make sure that we continue to be a safe haven for all people that live here, that contribute to our city. And so I'm not sure perhaps what the performance metric is, but it's about our identity as a city, and I want to continue to know Raleigh as a place that is for everyone.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, one last thought from me. I'm sorry to go twice. I was thinking about public safety and your goal to be cross-departmental, and I also think like transportation has a role to play in this. Like I hear from residents like, we wish you had more cops on this block to enforce speeding. We can't, even if we do all these things, we can't have enough cops on every block to enforce every speeding thing, but we can design our streets in ways that beget slower speeds, right? We can do more to traffic, like we can figure out how to continue to innovate on traffic calming. And so I think like transportation has a role to play in this. I think like Parks Department and even Duke Energy, like I know these are things that are evaluated, but like where are our streetlights and are they in all the places we need them to be to beget safety? Like there are these other things that are not just law enforcement or traditional public safety personnel that can also be done to help us, just like be more expansive.
Yeah, absolutely. That comes in smart technology, but also little things like public art actually can help calm traffic or alert people to pedestrians.
All right, so the last one where all folks selected the priority is improving the resident experience moving across the city into a seamless, accessible system. What would success look like there?
I do not know if one exists. I'm both a biker and a runner, and I know a lot of attention been focused on the bicycle network. The pedestrian network, for me, is absolutely key. One thing everyone does by way of transportation is walking. That is the common denominator, to walk to your car, to walk wherever you want to go. And for me, as we look at our bicycle pedestrian plan, very, very focused on understanding more about the pedestrian connection. And to me, it's not just the connection, but the experience of that pedestrian path. And so for me, that is very important, and want to make sure as we have a bike bed plan, it's balanced. I don't know, I'm new, whether it's leading more toward the bicycle network or the pedestrian network. To me, it should be balanced, but I'll be keenly focused that you experience your city walking and the public realm. And so for me, I'd want to see going forward the accessibility part of not just the sidewalk connectivity, but the experience of that pedestrian sidewalk.
All right, thank you. Others on this?
Yeah, I'll just add, all the projects that we have funded in transit to get them implemented as fast as possible. That is something I'm really excited about. We have so many plans in the works, and they are complicated projects that require a lot of different players. And so just keeping our eye on the prize, and as much resources are needed, staffing resources, funding, I just think we need to kind of have eyes wide open on that so that we can get as many projects completed in a timely fashion as possible.
Well, and the other thing I'll add to that is that you want to make sure folks are having a good experience when they're accessing transit, particularly folks who use our public transportation system. You want to make sure that it's effective and efficient for folks, particularly the people who rely on the system. But as the folks who rely on it have better experiences and they communicate that, then folks who don't necessarily need to use the system may hear about that and decide, well, I'll give it a try. So having community members who can go out and be our best ambassadors and advocates for using the system would be great, but they've got to have good experiences to be able to do that.
And I'll add, especially in my district, in 5 Points, you've got this pedestrian avenue, and then you have cars, because that's still a big part of us. We still have to be able to talk about that. And at our 5 Points intersection, also understanding the relationship with the state. So it's not just cross-departmental in the city, but it's how do we partner with our state DOT and make sure we're having that communication back and forth so they understand our priorities. My district, and I haven't paid attention to everybody's district, but I know mine are mainly state roads. The big street, everything is state roads. And so residents get frustrated when I say, we can't do anything, that's a state responsibility, and being able to better communicate that to both residents and to our friends in the General Assembly.
Yes, thank you.
I wanted to add one other point just about the walkability. We are looking very carefully at bus rapid transit, on frequent transit stops, and understand there's a walking shed where people are going to walk to that bus shelter. Where are the crosswalks? Where are the signalized intersections? I met one person that said, I'm not going to take the bus because I literally have to walk close to a half a mile to the next traffic signal to cross the street to get to the other side. I'm out. That's just too much for me. So not saying we're going to alter our whole transportation network of adding more signalized intersections, but when I say the experience, what is it like walking to the bus stop, going to work or wherever you want to go, and then returning? You may, because our signals in some cases are a quarter to a half a mile apart, outside of our downtown core. And so when I talk about the experience, yes, bus shelters are critical. You're seeing more and more popping up. But what is the experience of the crosswalks, of the signalized intersections, to really make that system usable, not just the frequency of the transportation, but also how easy it is to navigate from going to work or from work or to whatever service you need. To me, that experience is critically important to make the whole system work.
Right. Yeah. So again, those barriers, and then also experience of actually using it.
And
Yes.
and I think on success metrics could be one could be ending pedestrian fatalities. I mean, it'd be cool to end all vehicular or crash-related fatalities, but particularly to set a big, hairy, audacious goal of ending all pedestrian fatalities would be a success metric. Or I know we like to be reasonable, backing into it. I know, 3 years. Backing into something that works us toward ending all pedestrian fatalities. So some success metric like that. I also think about maybe in the community survey, there's a question that's like a positive sentiment of 85% of Raleigh residents say I can get to where I need to go using a variety of options. If many residents feel like they can get to where they need to go using the methods they want to use, then that is a signal of success. So something like that, like a positive sentiment score on a statement like that one.
Okay, great. So I know we have several other topics to get to. What I think we can see from this exercise as well, though, is the tremendous consensus that there is with this council. So you have a really strong foundation to move forward and a lot of alignment on your policies. We may not have time for that today, but we did just want to get a sense from you. You had expressed some interest in kind of the KFA categories. Again, that is something we probably don't have time for today. Oh, we have 10 minutes, all right. So we could actually quickly map for you, right, what these priorities look like on our existing KFAs or an option B. So I think we can definitely do that in our 10 minutes.
They already did yours. Our 7 are these ones.
They're right here.
They broke those first. Now I will too.
Are we going to share what the students wrote to us? Well, I was just going to say, I think mine is intended for Mayor Pro Tem Fort, because this student says that they want a Major League Baseball team and we should name it the Raleigh Raccoons. I'm also in support of a Major League Baseball team, but I know Mayor Pro Tem Fort really enthusiastic about it, so I'll give this one to you.
Raleigh Raccoons.
I'll get behind it if it's called Raleigh.
Yeah. I'll do it.
Yep.
Only if instead of the helmet ice creams, there's dumpsters.
Yes, this student's saying, I want to have a water park built, and I think we should have a water park because there isn't any water parks for at least 1 hour, and I think we should have one so people can get outside. Please tell the student their wish has been granted. In a couple of years, they can go up to Falls of Neuse and Councilmember Patton's district and enjoy a water park, so they do not have to drive an hour away.
Depending on where they live.
And I had a very sophisticated young woman. She wants to make sure that we know that she came up with the Lego project idea. And she wants an outdoor amphitheater that is free. And she loves artwork and the restaurants that we have that make Raleigh unique.
She's a big thinker.
And so, yes, so
Project
that
manager.
activity, it was not us, a fourth grader designed the Lego activity.
Sounds like you're building a talent pipeline.
We are. New people to join city.
Well, the person who wrote the letter that I have, they are probably my spirit connection person because they want us to build a beach in Raleigh because it takes an hour or two to get to the beach, and it's always 4 hours to come and go. So please make a beach in Raleigh. So if I could do that, I would absolutely be happy to do that.
Tell them about Raleigh Beach. Is Raleigh Beach still closed? Is it still closed? Yeah. Yeah. What's the one at Falls Lake? There's a swim beach at Falls Lake.
Oh, yeah, I go there, but not during toxic algal bloom season.
True.
She rides her bike June and then ended.
I'll give a quick shout out to, maybe mine is the only one. His name's Randy. He wrote this one. He put his name on the paper, so thank you for that. He said, I made a place where you can read, play games, eat, drink, cook outside, bring your pet, and have fun. I hope you like it. And we do, and I want to emphasize our parks department. We have a lot of those opportunities at our parks right now. So I hope that everyone can get out and cook outside, not now because it's too cold, but when we get to the summer and the spring, that they'll utilize our facilities for just that purpose.
All right, so as we are placing these, you will see then there are certain areas of concentration that are naturally forming.
So Heather, Jane is going to read Corey. Yeah, this is from Laney. They love being here in Raleigh, and they created a farm with a playground and animals out of cages so that other kids that don't have pets get the feeling like they do have pets. Love it.
All right, yeah, I think what you'll see just from how they, their dreams are, again, places to connect, places to explore and have fun. But in general, the elementary schools do love it when you come to visit. So I encourage you all to see your local place. All right, so this is what the existing KFA of alignment between your priorities, community priorities, and how they are currently categorized. All right, so that they do fit quite well into these. We do see there is nothing in one of the categories.
And I think there should be something there in arts and cultural resources. Again, it was labeled under youth, but when it talks about, I think, access to programming, for me, that's all ages. So that, I don't want that to be lost.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, in this exercise, this isn't the finale, right? There's time for iteration on this. All right, so this is option A. So really just taking the structure that we already have and going ahead and placing these priorities within that existing structure seems to work pretty well. So in that, we just continue in that same structure. There is an option B. And that was just a slight change to one of them to just environmental resilience. And that request was just to make it more clear and concise. So there's really no structural impact to that. It's just a renaming. Now, the one change that we could do would be to split out one of the categories into two distinctive categories. All right, and the request was that it would potentially make something more clear and concise, and that was the rationale for that. So this is not anything that a decision needs to be made on. There might be a desire for further discussion, but you can see what that does. So we then do add a KFA. And so there are some staffing resources that go into just administration of adding an additional one.
Well, I also feel like there may be a way to combine the arts and cultural resources and the economic development. Arts are an economic driver, so are cultural resources. And so, I do think that more clear focus areas is important. Like, I certainly think we can do a better job of delineating housing and public safety. I like a stronger focus on the environment. But I do think the economic development, arts, and cultural resources, there's a lot of synergy there. Arts aren't just things that are nice to have. They are nice to have, but they also are economic drivers as well.
Certainly.
Thank you for that comment, because one thing we will recommend, regardless of what categories end up being used, is to create definitions or criteria for what is the work that you would like to see in one of these categories versus another. And that will also help us. It'll help guide staff as we go along and projects evolve and work evolves. We can stay within the boundaries of what you wanted to see in that focus area.
I think the title Arts and Cultural Resources, it doesn't say parks to me, and parks are a huge part of that. So I would like that to be in the title if we're going to continue that focus area. And I think there is a slight difference, when we think about economic development or our parks and cultural resources, are we talking about those resources and assets for our residents, or what we're using, as drivers, for tourism or visitors? So I think there are different elements there, and I think I saw in the previous plan a lot of focus on those external kind of drivers, and I want to make sure we're also really focused on our resident needs.
Absolutely, and that was communicated in the citizen feedback as well.
I want to build on Councilor Harrison's that I agree that instead of economic development and innovation, which is more about process, is economic health, which gets to the outcomes we're trying to get to, which is everybody having a job, a well-paid job, that people have right housing. So I think economic health, and then instead of arts and cultural resources, which I agree is too narrowly defined, like quality of place or quality of life, which does dovetail with now piggybacking on Councilor Lambert Melton's comment, right, that is, you could combine and have economic health and quality of life as a larger committee that gets to the outcomes for our citizens.
Okay. So it sounds like there is some interest in further discussion on this. It's not something we can really come to a conclusion today. But we'll take this information. Thank you for doing this exercise with us. Again, I think it's been very helpful building upon your kind of goals for this morning about building consensus that can be actionable in these next steps.
So in the coming weeks, we are going to take this information, craft them into more specific objectives that might go into a strategic plan, and start to think about the types of projects and initiatives that would go in there based on what we heard from you today, what your goals are. So that next touch point, you'll hear more specifics as we get further into developing the content of this plan.
Mm-hmm. But I think what hopefully you have also gleaned from this exercise today is to really see yourself and your priorities in this new plan.
I just want to add, when we think about these categories, to make them consistent in the way that they're described. So economic prosperity is a goal, whereas economic health could be good, bad, or ugly. Environmental resilience, I think, is a goal. So if we're trying to move towards a particular something, make that clear in each of the titles, in 2 words or less, maybe.
Yes, so people can remember. Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Christina. All right. That was really fabulous to get to watch you all putting. Oh, you can't hear me? No.
I can hear you. I don't think the public can.
Yeah, that would be the same. That would be most important. I'm seeing. Yeah. Let me just turn this up. About now. All right. It was interesting to see you all put into action some of the things you already said you wanted to do with the next 6 months. In these in your pairs, there was that prioritization activity that was really interesting to watch. I know there was a lot of similarities, and then there was a really interesting opportunity to leverage each other's perspectives to figure out which ones you were really willing to put up there as your 7. So that was really exciting to see, and I really commend you all for already you've already checked that box. You have 5 more months to keep doing it, or still 6 more months. So with that, we are going to give you a 10-minute break before we move to the next agenda item, which is public comment. So if you need to grab coffee, go to the bathroom, all the above, and we will be back in 10 minutes.
Legos. Don't mind me.
Oh, you're good. The Legos are great. That whole
Yeah, I
setup
just
in the
did.
other room is amazing. All right. We're waiting for council. We're going to wait for our final council member to come back, and then we will get started. They're the designs for your next. I think, yeah.
Councilor Ford, I saw her.
It's Jones.
Oh, she was just here.
No worries.
Eating chips.
All right. Welcome back. So we have, our next item on the agenda is public comment. And this is going to be our last agenda item before lunch, just giving you sort of I know everyone also wants to know when to have food, because it makes it easier to keep thinking about things, big topics. So public comment, I am going to turn it over to the Deputy City Attorney to provide some background information on public comment, a little bit about benchmarking from some other cities, your current process, and I'll also be then taking back over and sharing some information that I heard from you all in our conversations. We all had a chance to talk about this topic, and we'll be reflecting on that. So we're going to start with, I'm going to turn over to Dottie. Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
And good morning, everyone. I am standing in for the city attorney this morning and have been asked to give you an extremely brief presentation about public comment. If this looks familiar to you, it is because we had this discussion in 2024, and some of the information that I'll be sharing today is from that prior discussion. There's very little statutory guidance about public comment periods. One statute, 168, 81.1, tells cities that they must have at least one period for public comment each month at a regular meeting of the council. The only exception is if the council does not meet that month, and then no public comment is required. The statute that imposes this obligation also allows councils to adopt reasonable rules governing those comment periods. And the statute lists out some ideas that are not exclusive of reasonable rules, and you can see that some of them set maximum time limits, provide for designated speakers when they're large groups with the same ideas or positions, allow the selection of delegates to be in a hall when the room capacity is exceeded, and then providing for rules about the maintenance of decorum or order during the public comment sessions. And as you know, Raleigh has rules of decorum for participants. Your materials include not only these slides that I am showing you, but a memo from City Attorney McDonald. And Exhibit A is a copy of those rules of decorum if you're interested in them. In 2024, the City Council implemented changes in the public comment period. And there were three primary changes that were implemented. There was, the council established a dedicated time period for public comment. The second Tuesday period was dedicated to 3 hours for comment in the second Tuesday evenings. And during the third Tuesday afternoon session, the council dedicated 1 hour for public comment. This led to essentially a cap of the numbers of speakers who could speak. Along with that dedicated time period, the council established predictable speaking times for folks based on the number of people who signed up. And the memo at page 2 has those times set out in it if you're interested. The cap that I mentioned is based on the maximum number of people who could speak at one meeting for that second Tuesday 3 hour period. The cap is 165 people can come and be heard with 1 minute speaking time each. And for the 1 hour limit, that cap is 50 speakers, again, with a 1 minute speaking time. One other issue that is very important that I'll say Raleigh is somewhat unique is that Raleigh allows speakers to use digital media during their public comment. There are 3 challenges that come with the use of that digital content: technical, security, and legal challenges. From my perspective, the most significant are the technical challenges and the legal challenges. The technical challenges are those that are presented by folks providing materials to display that may not be in a format that's easily accessible, or there may be limits to what we're able to show. And I know that there's frustration on the part of folks who are having to, in the moment, deal with technical errors as well as speakers. Security is a risk whenever anything comes into our system. One of the things that is a little unique is that at least when we get emails that are related to content, we have an idea about what the attachment relates to. So if someone's sending an email in that says, I've had problems with stormwater, I'm attaching a video, we've got a good idea of what that video relates to. Less so with public comment, because people are not constrained in what they can present. The legal restrictions are, from the lawyer's perspective, the most significant. And I want to start with the fact that government is highly limited in what it can prevent speakers from displaying. It is not a requirement that digital media be used, but if digital media is used, then First Amendment protections are triggered. Also, there are legal issues that are inherent in the platforms that the city uses to present information to the public. In particular, YouTube. YouTube's got a lengthy list of community standards that it imposes, many of them designed to protect children, and if those standards are violated, then the city can, or any user can be warned and then removed from the platform. So those are the challenges that are unique to digital media. We provided last year a summary of the top 12 municipal rules that apply throughout North Carolina. And you'll see this in the slide. I will come back to the slide. But you can see that we've got advanced sign-up requirements listed, the length of speaking, whether digital media is allowed, the frequency of public comment. All of those just give you a sense of what's happening among the top 12. The city attorney also polled these municipalities to find out if there were any changes. The only change that was reported to her was Fayetteville. Previously, Fayetteville had a 15-minute public comment session that the mayor could extend to 30 minutes. And in 2024, Fayetteville changed their public comment period to a flat 30-minute period. So last year, we identified some themes. Those are the same themes that we would report again this year, that 92% of municipalities do limit the time per person per speaker to 3 minutes or less. 58% of municipalities limit the total time of public comment sessions to approximately 1 hour or less. And 50% of municipalities offer public comment at more than one meeting per month. The memo that you've received includes an Exhibit B that's a lengthy collection of all of the information that we collected about counties and cities throughout North Carolina and their public comment periods. And with that brief presentation, I'm available for questions, or we'll turn it over to Elena. And I'll go back to that slide about the other municipalities.
Yeah, I'd like to pause and see if anyone has any questions about what's been presented.
Thank you so much. I guess my question, since we just did this last year, do we have data on how many times we even came close to the 3 hours? I guess I'm just a little bit confused. Was there an issue with public comment?
I would say during the campaign, this was one of the most talked about issues that I heard from. I don't know about other people, but there was I felt a lot of anger on the citizens that they felt like they had been shut out of City Hall, that they were no longer going to sit through, hours of public comment, that some of the material being shown was so graphic that they, didn't want to bring their children into the chamber. So I got a lot of feedback on this, and a sense that, a lot of the people I wanted us to relook at this. But I'll defer to others if that was unique to my experience.
Branch, I saw you.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm aware of some residents that waited almost 2 and 3 months before coming to council because they said they just didn't want to sit there through the long time and the long hours. So they delayed bringing their issue before council because of that. And
right, I understood that, and that was why we talked about it last year. But I'm saying since last year.
Well, no, that's since we changed our time. Since we changed the time, since our last retreat and everything, when we made the modifications, those are comments and things that I heard back in the fall where people waited before coming to us. And, we have to be accessible to everyone.
Right, so I guess that's where my question initiated. Do we have statistics on how many since last year public comment sessions ran over and went hours? Because my memory is just failing me. But since this was initiated last year, I just don't know how many times we did that.
No, that is not data that we have for this presentation.
Thank you.
Can I add something? One thing that I heard over the last year, and I'm just going to say things that I heard on the campaign trail that I had people email me about, is there is a perception, whether real or not, that the city council is being distracted by the work of the city, by the amount of time we're spending on public comment and on issues that some folks perceive not to be city-related issues, and that may occur over time. Since I've been on council, there have been a multitude of issues that have drawn, I would say, a significant number of folks that varying people can agree or disagree on whether those are city issues. Here's an example. When I was first elected, we had a lot of folks that came that wanted us to make Raleigh a sanctuary city for the unborn. So it was folks who were against abortion. So it seems to ebb and flow. The other thing that I've heard, and what data would not capture, is the number of people who won't sign up for public comment because they may have a legitimate issue that they need us to hear about, but they don't want to sit through 3 hours of a meeting. They don't want to sit through a graphic that they may personally disagree with or they may find offensive to themselves or their children. And so, I feel like public comment is intended for folks to come to us and say, here's a concern I'm having, can you please help me? And how do we provide the space for that? Last year, I think when we had this presentation was the first time I think we heard, and it was a little surprising to hear, the city attorney, I think acting city attorney at the time, say, you should not be allowing any media at your public comment. And we were considering that, and then I think there was some pushback from the public. And so that's a piece that I'm curious if we could look at. I think it's helpful at times to get visuals to go with the public comment. Is there a way to do that that doesn't involve submitting it and playing it on the screens? Like, could it be pictures? Could it be emails that are submitted? I'm not sure. But I think having a touch point on it is helpful. But I do agree that there are folks sometimes that feel like they have a legitimate city issue. They feel like they can't come talk to us about it.
Yeah, I too had questions. Working with the city before, images I don't believe were permitted, so I did have questions as well. I'm grateful that it was a warning for some of the videos, but I do have questions about allowing the use of digital media.
Thank you, Councilmember. Before anyone else shares, we're going to have plenty of time to continue talking. I wanted to share some things that are emerging, which are being repeated now that I heard in our individual conversations. And so this was added to the agenda, and so when each of us talked, me and you, I asked, what are your thoughts on how the public comment process is currently working? It's been changed since last year, and I've reflected some things that I heard. And so I'd want to reiterate, and this was very evident last year as well, that everyone feels that clarity around the process is something that should be essential for yourselves, staff, and the public. So I know last year we worked really hard to make sure that there was a documented decision of what the public comment policy and process was, so that everyone knew and there was no question about it. And that came up again this year. Many of you reflected on that, said it's been helpful to have a clear direction on public comment. Areas of emerging concern, and these are specifically ones that were mentioned by at least 3 of you. Some of them were mentioned by more than 3. There is, and I'm going to just read them out and would be happy to have anyone expand if they would like to or ask questions of their peers about these. So this is kind of reflecting, actually, I think what Councilmember Melton Lambert just said, that a feeling that there may be too much of your limited time as a collective body together spent on public comment. So you only have so much time each month to be meeting and making decisions about city services, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth, Councilmember, but it's, I think, a similar sort of theme, and a lot of it is on the public comment that you have at your meetings. Visual media, digital media, that's been discussed several times already. Some concern about the graphic elements of it and the risk that it brings to the city. Community members that have city-specific concerns that you may be able to make an impact on, having expressed to you in the past year, so since the last policy was put in place, that it's inaccessible to them, and that topics discussed can be outside of council's purview, what you have control over. So these are things that were said by a good number, at least 3, some of them significantly more than 3. And so I wanted to raise those and see if there's anyone that wants to ask any questions or expand on anything that you see up here.
I want to add another one to the list that I've noticed recently too. What we're finding is that people come in to speak on whatever topic at public comment, and then they're asking questions and expecting us to answer, and I don't think folks understand what our rules of decorum are. They can come and say whatever they want. They can ask whatever questions, but it's really in the purview of the mayor as to whether she offers a response to that question or asks the city manager to follow up. But it's not for us to weigh in on these questions as people are coming. And I'm noticing that as more people are coming asking questions, council members are responding, which is not within our rules of decorum. But then you're setting an expectation that folks can show up and start asking us questions about whatever, and that they're going to expect us to respond, which is not the protocols that we have in place.
Can I add to that? I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Fort. She and I actually met with the community group once, and they said, oh, we didn't understand that's how you felt about this issue because you don't ever respond when we come and talk to you. And we had to explain, it's actually in our rules of, it's not our rules of decorum, it's a code of conduct that we are not supposed to engage during public comment. It is our time to listen. And that may be creating some confusion with the community that when we sit there and we don't respond, that we don't care or that there's nothing we can do. And I don't know how you adjust that expectation. We do have a part of the regular meeting agenda for the council members to raise issues that are important or concerning. Last meeting, there was a public comment about an issue with the dog park. And then later in the meeting, during my council concern, I brought it up as something that I had requested some follow-up on. It was already sort of talked about during the public comment. But I do think it's an important point that there seems to be confusion in the community about why we don't respond during public comment, and then maybe some inconsistencies at the table about when we do respond or when we don't. And folks may feel like, well, that person got a response, but I didn't. And so I think that has been an issue too.
I don't know what is on the website when someone signs up to speak, but is it possible to explicitly state that as part of our rules of decorum, council will not be responding? This is a public comment. Your comment will be captured, but the council will not be responding to your specific request. And then the mayor, her prerogative, could say the same as people come up to speak. So the expectation is stated up front, so there is no confusion.
I think that's a great question. I would say for this conversation, what I would love for the table to be deciding is if there's a change and what changes those are, and then your staff, and I say this to say your staff will tell you the best way to do it. So if you agree,
I recommend that on the city's website that the quorum is stated up front as someone signs, and whether they say you have read the rules and check a box, and then the mayor, her prerogative, can reiterate at the opening of the public comment section that we will hear your comment, but as part of our rules, council will not be responding.
I appreciate that.
At that meeting.
And it sounds like, I'm going to add it, I waited to add it to the list because it sounds like you also agree that that is a challenge, and I wanted to make sure there was consistency, that at least 3 folks felt that it was. I'm getting a thumbs up, too, from staff that they've heard you.
Can I just add that some of the issues we're raising, we may personally feel, but some of them are just things we're hearing. So the first one, too much time being spent on public comment, that is something that I have heard on the campaign trail. Whether I personally agree with that or not, I don't think really matters. I think it's just these are things that are emerging trends or concerns that we're hearing from the community. Anyone can sign up for public comment, but I have had people come to me and say, I will not sign up because I can't sit through 3 hours of public comment to talk about a tree or a trash issue. And so if we're hearing it enough, then I think it merits a discussion when we have this time together at the retreat.
Thank you. Councilmember Branch.
And I was going to add, having just lived through the, pro-life movement that came before council and wanting us to do things and them having video, when we're living through the unrest in video, I really do believe, having lived through all of that, removing video as an option should be something we should change. I think we should remove the opportunity of people having video, because even sometimes, even if the video can have the best intentions, we still have audio issues. We still have situations where it's not being shown or timed. So I think if we can remove that, let the people speak to what they have. If they have any pictures or whatever, we have a process for that already, where they can leave their imagery and it'll come to council. Or via email. So that's something I do want to uplift. Having been here and gone through so many different groups that have brought different issues and just that overall experience. And then sometimes I think it takes away from, they may feel they're reinforcing what they're saying, but sometimes I think it takes away from council members really listening to, okay, is there a solution piece? Because they're so impacted by whatever imagery. And we've had chats through another group where some council members walked out of the meeting, because of the way things were being presented as well.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, I saw potentially you moved your microphone.
Yeah, I was just going to jump in and echo Councilmember Branch's sentiments. I think if folks want to send us images or anything that would require the mayor to make the notification that the image has, disturbing components and so forth and so on, folks could send that to us in our emails, and we can look at it if we choose to or not. But I don't necessarily think we should be subjecting the public to that imagery.
Thank you. Curious on the digital media question, if anyone feels strongly in a different perspective that they would like to share, or if there's others who agree with that sentiment.
I have a few things. Being an avid user of public comments, I will say that the decorum is listed when you sign up. It's listed along with the code of conduct. So as soon as they choose, just like we can choose whether we see it, they can choose whether they follow it. But it is currently there. Secondly, as we talk about whether that's public comments, this is why that data to me is important, because as I'm thinking back on the experience over the last 2 years, where we did have 250 people sign up, and that was why we put it on our council agenda or council retreat last year. Since then, since we and we're talking about the resolution, since that it has dramatically decreased, which is what we talked about. We said as soon as we do, which was them asking for a resolution, and we voted and it failed, then it's cut off drastically. The 2, maybe 3 handful of people that do come. I think this is a little bit targeting them, and I understand the perspective of digital media. To me, it's First Amendment, and people get to, and we can choose. We do the warning, so for me, it's a non-issue. But I do hear what you're saying. I understand that this was brought up in the to some counselors. It was not brought up to me at all during the election. Maybe because I was for that, and maybe that's why I didn't hear it. But I think we've, for the last year, done a really good job, and I'm a little bit confused why it's coming back up.
Thank you. Sorry, I think I saw Councilmember Silver first, and then we'll come to you.
I would agree with Mayor Pro Tem Fort and Councilmember Branch that I would like to see not using the visual media and graphic content as part of the public comment.
So
yeah,
I do think that there are many instances where words can't describe a full picture, and so having a visual aid is very helpful. I understand that if we allow digital media to be displayed, we cannot regulate the content. And so all we can do, and I've had to chair these meetings when I was serving as Mayor Pro Tem, you have to do the disclaimer. And that issue aside, we've heard from IT, we've heard from legal. I would like to see a policy that still allows us to accept pictures or slide decks or things that folks may think are helpful, but maybe that is printed and submitted in advance. Anyone can come and hand things up to the clerk and put it in the basket. If they want us to look at it while they're talking and not for us to get it later, maybe there's a procedure where the photos are handed out at the table. But I would be in favor of not allowing things to be played during the meeting and uploaded, but still providing an option for folks to put a visual to their comments, because that is helpful sometimes.
Thank you. So I want to reiterate that because it sounds like sort of a proposed option. So not allowing digital media, but making it probably clear in some way in the policy or process that folks are able to and should feel comfortable bringing a visual element when they submit their public comment. So does that reflect what you said?
Yeah, I'm not sure the specifics of it, but I would think that our staff could bring us a proposal and say, here are some modified rules for visual aids. And it could be an option where maybe, for example, our voicemail public comment, those are sent to us and then uploaded when they are received. If someone has a picture that they want us to see and they submit it with their comment, maybe it could be on our seat waiting for us when we come into public comment, or maybe it's handed up and then passed out rather than put in the basket. I'm fine with finding some compromise so folks can give us a visual aid, but I don't think it should be videos and things that are uploaded and played throughout the chambers. I think of it more of like a picture of a stormwater issue, or if there's a video of a stormwater issue, staff can make sure that it's in our inboxes, like the voicemail public comments that we get, things like that. And just a clear procedure on it.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Just quickly, because I heard the word used, I just want to be clear that I'm not trying to target anybody. That's why I use all the examples of my time being on council where different groups have done different things. So I just want to be clear that this isn't trying to target any one specific group. It's just in general saying that we've had times where imagery that was brought before council that we probably should have been reading that statement 5 to 10 years ago.
Thank you. Mayor, I know you have been...
No, I support Councilor Lambert Melton's proposal.
Thank you. So, yes, go ahead, Councilor.
I was going to chime in. I think I'm more on this side of status quo. We worked really hard about a year ago to recalibrate and I think try to future-proof, understanding that the moment we were in at that time was going to end. It was time-bound in some ways, but also likely to occur again on some different topic. And so the areas of consensus you mentioned, resonate for me and I think deserve reiteration. Like what we wanted at the time was something quite objective. At that time, it was the discretion of the mayor, how much time would be afforded, and we were hearing from the community, like, I don't know whether to write comments for 3 minutes or 1 minute. I show up. I know I'm not really sure if the meeting is going to last 3 hours. And we also, like, sometimes our members of the public do not always know the difference between the different ways of communicating. So public comment and public hearing are technically different, but they were occurring at the same meetings. And you could be gavelled down if you were talking about something at public comment that was actually supposed to be for public hearing, but your opportunity to speak, the public hearing had closed at that time. By the time you were realizing your mistake, the opportunity to speak was closed. So this like objectivity was really important, and there was some intentionality of like creating the separate meetings, so there were fewer opportunities for that, like these conflicting types of engagement, the public comment and public hearing. And so I think there was just a lot of work that we did at that time, and I think we added all that consistency, and I think it has worked really well. And we're not currently in one of those moments of like acute community feedback. We will again, but I kind of feel like we've added these guardrails that are, you know, reasonable. So, and then as Councilmember Lambert Melton said, at that time, that was the first we had heard that there were these sort of like FCC guidelines that were I was learned for the first time that like we stream in these different ways, and so there are different rules for whether it's on broadcast TV or YouTube or this or that, and then that is being managed on the back end. So I am sensitive to that, but I also think that like our community does use those visual tools to communicate things like their stormwater issues, flooding in their backyard, like speeding in their neighborhood, things that we can address. And so I'm like in the larger sort of communication landscape that we find ourselves in, where our attention are controlled by algorithms and on, like I am sort of loath to move very much from where we are right now.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I know Mayor Pro Tem was next, and then Councilmember Silver.
Dottie, I'm going to put you back on the spot real quick, but you indicated in your presentation that we're sort of in the minority of municipalities that allow this digital presentation. Is that correct?
That is right, and there are actually 2 other cities that allow it, Durham and Greensboro, and we've reached out to both jurisdictions, and it happens infrequently in Greensboro. I don't have any information about Durham, but Greensboro has had 1 or 2 legal issues arise with the digital media, but has not had it used to the extent that speakers in Raleigh use it.
So I guess as a follow-up to that, this is not necessarily a common practice across municipalities throughout the state of North Carolina. Don't know where the General Assembly stands on it, but do know that we've gotten some feedback about the displeasure of some of what's been broadcast over the last couple of years. But again, I just think the proposal that Councilmember Lambert Melton presented is a balanced approach, so that you're not saying people can't provide those images to us. They can't provide whatever they want us to see and take into consideration when they're making their public comments, but we're just saying it may not necessarily be necessary for it to be broadcast throughout the meetings and be, offensive and sometimes even triggering for the general public to consume that information. So there's, we could put a process in place to receive the information, but it just doesn't have to be publicly broadcast.
Thank you. Councilmember Silver.
I also support Councilmember Lambert Melton's compromise. As we all know, there's been a change in the national administration, and while I haven't been here the last couple of years to experience what you all experience in the public comment, I can't imagine with all the uncertainty that there will be issues that will probably be out of our control that will be brought to our attention, recognizing the uncertainty of the change in administration on a federal level that some people will be concerned about and want to speak out. Because when I'm sitting, I'm not sure if we're the intended audience or there's a broader audience that people are communicating to. And so I would support, if somebody wants to submit visuals, they can do that on paper and not as part of a digital presentation.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge a lot of the improvements that we made in the last year. I appreciate the objectivity in terms of number of speakers, the amount of time, and we have seen it be quite calm in recent time, and I think that has helped. I think the only change that I would potentially support would be the restriction of the digital media, but still making sure that we receive the images. And so if folks want to submit a printed version of things to us, and I say that because I do want people to feel comfortable coming to our meetings, and I do think there is sometimes triggering or an emotional flooding that can occur depending on the topic, and that can make it difficult, for others to engage with us. But at this time, I really do support the amount of time we offer for public comment and making it as accessible, to everyone in our community as we can.
Thank you. So I know that I'm hearing a majority of folks supporting the proposed change from Councilmember Melton Lambert. And I'm seeing a lot of head nods on this proposal.
Yeah, I mean, I think just trying to find a compromise from the two options, none at all or status quo. And I would like to just see if staff could bring us an option. And then, like last time, we could talk about it at a council meeting, but something that provides a balance where people can still put a visual to their comment, because that is very helpful sometimes, yeah. But then also maybe address some of the issues that our city attorney has raised for us.
Yes, I think that is probably a great next step, and we can have staff bring a proposed proposal for how folks can submit imagery to you all while restricting any submission of digital media during public comment. Go ahead, Councilmember.
I don't know if I'll support what is ultimately presented to us, but it sounds like there's critical mass of people to consider this type of proposal, and so I would just offer, as part of that development, if we could consider how, there should be some kind of on-site printing opportunity, because we are moving, not everyone owns a printer. Some people don't even own computers anymore and are operating solely on their phones. And so they may not have a mechanism to print 8 copies of, a color copy of the flooding in their backyard or whatever. So some consideration for how we might help our more tech challenged and residents would be important in that.
Thank you. And I'm adding to what I have really briefly summarized of the proposal, accessibility, because I think that came up as something that everyone feels is a challenge in different ways and is really important. And so I think it speaks to what you're saying about if there is a change, making sure that it is accessible.
I guess I would want legal on that. I mean, that specific proposal. I just think some of the images that are, I'm just anticipating what if we get into extremely racist right alt, images or pornographic images. The extremes here are not out of reach because what we've already seen presented is pretty X-rated stuff. So do we want taxpayer dollars on printers printing off, things that people... Anyway, I just would want a legal perspective on that as part of thinking through this process, which I think we're all trying to be the same, is giving people some options.
Yeah. I hear that, and I think staff will bring that back to you at a future meeting. Go ahead, Councilmember Jones.
And I'll end by saying, this is not something that I support just because I haven't seen the data to prove that it's changed from anything that's been detrimental in the last year. It seems the emotions of it, I understand, and that's fine. Democracy says, the majority went out, and that's fine. What I would ask as we continue forward is if the concern is that people aren't coming because of these, if we change all these rules, what is our metric to judge how many people are coming then? Because if it dramatically decreases who comes and they don't speak, how do we judge that? Then it does seem targeted if the people who say they're going to come don't. And then we just don't have any public comment. So that's what I would, in whatever proposal is voted on, how are we measuring that moving forward? Because then I feel that this is a target, but thank you.
Thank you. And I see head nods, and I think folks want to make sure that it reaches everyone that wants to attend. Anything you want to add, Mayor? Or?
No, I agree with the data. I think like the city of Boston did a lot of data tracking, and they know every demographic, age of people who came to their public comments, public hearings. I haven't seen that data either. I would be very curious to know how many people actually avail themselves of this. Is it widespread? If we change this, do you see, more children and Boy Scouts, coming back who now have opted not to come, because of what they've experienced at City Hall? It would be nice to have more data.
Any other thoughts on the data item? Okay.
Pro data.
Pro data.
+1 on the data.
Okay. Awesome. So it sounds like we definitely have a next step. I want to make sure that we touch on any of the other, see if there's any other areas of consensus for direction for staff. So I don't know if everyone can see, I've kind of moved everything around on you all, but we've touched this visual media elements item, which did come up, as you can kind of see from the consensus from many of you. There's 3 other items, 4 if we count the codes of conduct conversation that came up today. Too much of council's limited time together, where you can be making decisions for the city, is being spent on public comment. Community members with city-specific comments have expressed it's inaccessible, and I think this actually is intended to still address that in one way, make it more accessible. And topics discussed can be outside of council's authority. So time, inaccessibility, and topics outside of your purview. Is there anything that anyone wants to expand on or propose?
Well, I would just say on the 4th, I understand the concern. I have been convinced by the city attorney's office that and I listened to last year's debate, that is a very difficult thing to do legally. And I certainly, as mayor, do not want to be in the seat of having to try and tell people, like, is it or is it not? So to me, get the concern, but I think the attorneys have told us that is very difficult to impact.
Yes, they have. Go ahead.
The one part I don't think it got written down that Mayor Pro Tem Fort brought up about not responding from the table. Does the public expect it? Is there consistency on council? Maybe there's a better way to address that. I don't know. Our meetings are transcribed. There's minutes. Is there a way to capture issues that are brought up during public comment and have more of like a transparent or visible way of saying, hey, we've received it, and here's the follow-up process? I don't know. I can't think of it right now, but maybe there's a way that maybe staff can think about it and see if there's a way to sort of better acknowledge that your feedback's being received and here's the next follow-up. And sometimes the comments they're not for follow-up. Sometimes they're just for a general concern. But there are a lot of folks that will have a specific thing. And public comment's scary. I did it before I was on council. I went down there. I was a nervous wreck, and I talk in court. I'm a lawyer. And so to go down there and have your comment, no one's responding, then you leave, and you're like, wonder if anybody heard me, that's not a great feeling. And so I'm wondering if there's just a way that we could fine-tune that to where the public knows we're listening. There's no expectation that we're talking over people. Because I think what the intent of the code of conduct is not to argue with the public. But the way it's written is we're not allowed to respond at all. And of course, I understand we can't have everyone on the council jumping in, but there may be a way for staff to come up with some ideas that helps us sort of let people know that we're listening and there is follow-up.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I was just thinking if maybe if we inform the public when they sign up that, staff will follow up with them after their public comment, depending on what information they give. I mean, staff can't follow up on someone that says concerns. And we'll see that on some of the forums. It'll just say concerns. And so you kind of have to wait. I think if there's some way to try to encourage the public to give more information ahead of time about what their topic is, I think it'll better help us, even the mayor or whoever's presiding, when the person speaks, they have an idea of what the topic is, then they can better respond to them than say, okay, we'll have staff follow with you on X or on Y. But some of them just say concerns or general, and I mean, all you can do that is just throw it up in the air and see what lands.
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor.
The only thing I would say on that is you have to be mindful, because there are people who come in and they make allegations about other elected officials and really go way off base on the topics that they're talking about. And so I don't necessarily think having some type of statement that, yeah, we're going to follow up on you calling such and such corrupt or whatever. Just being completely honest. So I think it's got to really be a balanced approach in terms of what we're saying we're going to follow up on, because then you have people who have an expectation that we're going to follow up on, things that are clearly not within our purview. Yeah. And that kind of puts the mayor in a bad position to say, well, yeah, I'm going to follow up on your allegation. Yeah, exactly.
I agree. I agree. I would be interested in just seeing if it were something like my trash weren't picked up last Tuesday. If that's a lot different than, Councilmember Lambert Melton's a snake. We get that sometimes too. Like, there's no follow up there, but
I can check. Are you?
I'm just trying to figure out a way to help people understand that we're listening in a way that doesn't put anybody at the table or the mayor in a weird situation.
Thank you. I think. Oh,
well,
go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Just touching on the first comment, too much or limited time is dedicated to public comment.
As a body.
As a body. I guess I'd like some better understanding of what that means, because we have two meetings. One is specifically dedicated to public comment, so it's not like we would have any other conversation. If that public comment time was even reduced, it's not like we're going to talk about city things other than that. The only other time is in the second meeting, where it's in the middle of our council meeting, but we've dedicated an hour. So I'd like to understand better, what does that mean, too much time dedicated to it, when we've already put limits on that?
Would anyone like to expand if you feel comfortable? Sherry?
I mean, I can, when I was going through this time exercise that today's was inspired by, I was like, how much of your time do you want to spend on things, that you campaigned on, or that you think the council has consensus that we can change and do something about? And then, there's ideas we haven't heard or can't think of, or other things that will arise. And so maybe that's going to be 15% of your time, but you want to deliver on what we all talked about. And so for me, I look at how much time are we spending, and to me, if we have that much public comment, it's a failure of our other processes. We're not covering, we don't have committees that are addressing, or we're not working on the things that people care about, and therefore they're spilling over into this very open-ended public comment, as opposed to the budget hearings, the comprehensive survey, all the other means that we have. So for me, it's about, I campaigned on certain issues. I feel like we've got a lot of consensus on certain issues. Let's spend our time on those issues and have 85 or 90% of our time dedicated to those, and that hours and hours of just random public comment on things that are way beyond. It's just something I'd like to, try to contain to that smaller percentage so I can deliver my campaign promises.
Right. I guess for me, because that's just the first Tuesday or the second Tuesday, and it's 3 hours, which we have not used in a year, 3 hours, I guess my question back would be, well, how much time is that? What is that to you? Because if we don't do, let's just say we eliminated that public comment, again, there's no meeting that's going to take place on the second Tuesday that now says, oh, we're going to do a committee meeting instead of public comment. So that's where I struggle with that thought, and I just, if we were to say we're replacing that with further communication of council, then I could buy into that, but just limiting it or eliminating it sounds not so fun.
I appreciate you explaining your reason. One of our ground rules, your reasoning and intent behind what you just said. I just wanted to call that out because it was really great. Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, even looking at the slide that's up right now, you've got several municipalities that only do public comment once a month. And so we've already, we've set opportunities out more than, for example, I'll use Charlotte as an example, because they're comparable in size to us. They do it once a month for 30 minutes, and it's limited to 15 speakers. So, we are giving the public more opportunities to come before us and address their issues and their concerns. So I don't feel like we're tamping it down and limiting people's opportunities to come and address us.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, just to continue, I have found that having public comment on the second Tuesday of the month, separated from public hearings, for me has been really helpful. That means that it doesn't eat into our other work, and that I feel prepared when I'm going into that work. It's important for me to be able to digest what the public brings and to have space from that public comment and then our work. So that has helped me. And yeah, so I just feel like right now things are working time-wise, but I certainly understand, if someone comes to public comment and they're not getting their issue addressed and they're coming back to us over and over again about something critical, that is a sign of failure. So I always, ask my residents to reach out to me directly, come to monthly meetings that we are hosting, be engaged in other ways, because public comment is one way, but we have many other forums. We do want to make sure our residents know how to access those.
Thank you.
Well, I would prefer to not have a 3-hour time limit. I'd like to reduce it. If there was, others on council that were open to that. Again, I've talked to now like 40 different mayors, and the folks I've talked to are like much more aligned to 30 minutes to an hour, and we're already giving a second session. So I just want to at least ask, is there any interest in trying to bring our time more in line with practice across the state and country?
I see a few folks.
I say
reflecting.
my interest is there. I don't think there's 5 interests that are there. Then honestly, that's just how I feel about it, and everything. Because my other piece is, and I know this isn't going to change, but I'll voice it, is moving public comments back to the public hearing evening. The reason why I will prefer that, and I already know others don't want it, so I'm aware of that, so I'm not going to push for it. But I feel that's the evening that even if it's only an hour or whatever, that I could have planned something in the community or interact with individuals in the community on that day. It's another evening, because right now there's 2 evenings that are gone automatically, if not 3 sometimes, because we could be in closed session that could last forever on that 3rd meeting, depending on the topic. So, but again, I'm stating that because I'm voicing my opinion. I have talked to others. I know your opinions, but I'm just stating how I feel.
Well, and I think it aligns with a common goal that is, what is the best way for us to engage with the community? I know, Councilmember Jones, you said that as well. If it's not public, you're saying it's not public comment, it would be something else with the community. So how are we just being most effective, I think, is a theme everyone's reflecting.
Yeah, my sort of opinion has evolved during this discussion. Initially, I thought, I don't think we need the afternoon public comment. The evening one is a space just for public comment. Take as much time as we need. Thinking about it more, though, 7 o'clock doesn't work for everyone. So having an option in the afternoon for folks who can be there in the afternoon, I think that helps. I disagree with Councilmember Branch. I have found it so helpful to have the public comment separate from the public hearings. One thing we did talk about, though, last time was we have our work session at 4 o'clock on that Tuesday, but then we have public comment at 7 o'clock. Is there a way to move it up to it's closer to the work session? There's consideration of people having to get there from work, things like that. And I will just say it. I'll put myself out there. I will support the mayor. I do think we need to look at the time limits. People can be mad at home saying we're reducing it. We have always gone above and beyond what everybody else does. And when you are presented with data about Charlotte, I disagree with Mayor Pro Tem. Charlotte is twice our size. And they do public comment 30 minutes, 15 speakers once a month. I'm not saying that's the right thing to do, but when we are so out of line with what every other municipality is doing in the state, I think that maybe we are the issue. And so if there were a proposal to look at the length of time we're spending and modify it, I would be receptive to it. If there were a conversation about does public comment need to be at 7 o'clock or 5 or 5:30 or 6 o'clock, I would be receptive to it. We can't be scared to have these conversations publicly because we're afraid that some folks on the internet are going to hit us for it. I think we're doing ourselves a disservice, and I think we're doing the public a disservice to not daylight issues that we're hearing and be willing to talk about them. And if anybody wants to ding me in a nasty blog or tweet or an X, I'll take it because I will take it. because I think that we're here to be good public servants and to. We talked a lot about data when we were talking about the digital thing. Well, here's the data on the time limits and the number of speakers, and we are way out of line.
Thank you. I've heard a few folks sort of start to support Mayor's proposal, so I just want to see if there's few other head nods. And I'm not, and some non-head nods. Because I see a majority of head nods, I'm wondering if it is useful to have a conversation or if anyone has a proposal that they would like to bring so that staff can at least bring something back for you to react to. Because I think that would be the most important next step. So if there's opinions on what that should look like or...
All I'll say is I heard Councilmember Branch say the 7 o'clock or the evening portion of that Tuesday is difficult for him personally. I don't know if that's for everybody. I heard the mayor talk about how she's talked to 40 other mayors. We are so out of line on the time limit. There may be some flexibility there to see the amount of time and the time of that public comment. I would like to keep it on its separate meeting. I don't have any appetite to move it back with public hearings. But there may be flexibility in there. I don't know. I know the reason we stuck with 7 is because it had always been at 7. There was a consistency issue. But then also folks getting off of work, things like that. I don't know how many people are coming to our public comment at 7 who come after work. You know, speaking for me, if I worked until 5 and then I went home, I'm probably not going back down to City Hall, but maybe I would stop there on my way home from work if the public comment were earlier, but I'm just throwing out ideas.
Just real quick, I wouldn't say it's difficult. I think there's more conflicts because people know historically Raleigh City Council meetings are the first and third Tuesdays. So when you add a meeting on the second Tuesday, a lot of events and things that were taking place on that Tuesday, therein lies the conflict.
Thank you. I want to expand on just so that folks have something to react to what Councilmember Melton Lambert said, and you can correct me or add to it if you'd like to. So it sounds like potentially some sort of proposal that maybe modifies the time and the start time of a separate public comment session. Is that what you are saying?
I would say I think that's where the flexibility is. We're talking about the second meeting of the month is where we do the public comment separately. It's currently set at 3 hours. Mayor was saying, based on the data here, talking to other mayors, thinks that's too long. Would anyone support? Councilmember Branch was saying that the 7 o'clock is difficult from people scheduling us for other things and maybe personal commitments. So I think the flexibility there is maybe staff comes to us with an option that looks at the time of the public comment that second meeting and the duration of the public comment that second meeting. Doesn't mean we have to accept it, but it could be something worth exploring. I know we had this conversation last time about what is the right time for an evening meeting. We did hear from people after we agreed to 7 that, like, I can't come at 7. I have kids at home. I could come 5:36 after work, stop by, then go home. But once I'm home and I'm feeding my kids and doing bath time or doing my second job or going to the gym, I'm not coming back down there. And so I don't think that just because it's always been at 7 o'clock means that it always has to be at 7 o'clock. I do like the option of having an afternoon public comment and an evening public comment because that gives flexibility. The timing of the evening one, I think, is where the flexibility, where the maybe room for tweaking is. Whether we accept it or not, I don't know, but it could be what staff could bring us.
Thank you. Yeah, Councilmember Silver.
Just want some clarification about what we're talking about. So I'm clear. Other jurisdictions do it once a month. Are we suggesting, because I was not aware coming in that I was told first and third, and then I learned that there was a meeting on the second of Tuesday of the month. So are we saying eliminating that second Tuesday of the month and just focusing on public comment on whatever the first or the third, again, I don't know when it is held, or we're talking about modifying that second Tuesday? I just want to be clear because I don't know everything about the public comment. I know it's twice a month, so I'm assuming it's at one of the regular meetings and then a separate meeting on the second Tuesday. So what is before us? Because I do a lot of consulting and traveling, and I planned everything for the entire year around the first and third. Come to find out, oh no, there's also the second. And so I'm trying to rejigger, my personal schedule because I just was not aware.
You got bad information because we haven't done the first meeting public comment in since
a year.
Yeah.
A year.
So
Oh, I guess when I started, I guess it was a condensed schedule right after the election? Was
Yeah,
that-
maybe. But
Okay.
we do public comment the second Tuesday at night, and then the third Tuesday during our afternoon meeting.
Okay, that's fine.
I like having an afternoon and evening option for folks. So I think the concerns I heard at the table, and again, I'm speaking my opinion on certain things, and sometimes I'm trying to like help us get to a consensus. And what I'm hearing is there's some question about is 7 o'clock the right time, and then some question is 3 hours the right amount of time.
7.
And so I think that that's maybe where the flexibility is. The one in the afternoon, I think, makes sense. And quite frankly, it's not a lot of time. So, but even that, if we did the second Tuesday and the third Tuesday, we're still doing 2. Most cities do 1. And even if we did an hour each time, that's 2 hours, and most cities are doing 30 minutes to an hour. So we're still, what I hope people can appreciate is we're still going above and beyond what other cities are doing in the state of North Carolina, including Charlotte, which is twice as large.
Yeah, so I think to expand on that, the proposal is for that additional nighttime public comment to have a proposal from staff to shorten the time and propose some alternative times that are maybe earlier than 7 p.m. Does anyone have any reflection on that proposal? Yeah.
I would be willing to entertain the part of the proposal that moves the timing of the evening session comment to better accommodate young professionals or people who might be factoring this into transportation and transit needs of their own. I'm recalling that we conducted a survey, I think, to ask that very question, but I can't remember what the return of the survey was, only that I think we did ask the community that question. But so I would be willing to entertain that part. But I believe the amount of time we've afforded was well debated a year ago, and I think we talk a lot about tools in the toolbox, and for some of our community members, public comment is the tool they would like to use to reach us, and I want us to be the front door to government and the front door to elected officials, and we know that our residents are shut away from many of their other elected officials, and I just want us to always go above and beyond. I know the point's been made that even a reduction would still be above and beyond, but I just continue to say that I just am resolute that I think the amount of time we're affording is the right amount of time for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones.
I echo Councilor Patton in that, again, before I would be able to support anything, I'd want to see how many people we're seeing, because I think this is all theoretical and we all have anecdotal evidence. I mean, I'll name Josh Bradley, who comes to public comment and is late because he has work. And so he makes that a point almost every single time that I come directly from work to here at the 7 o'clock meeting. So for one comment, you have the alternate, it's like statistics. It's going to go either way. But to base this on, we're at 3 hours, and the fact that we've never met that 3 hours, I think we've hit the right spot. And so I would not be able to support that.
Thank you. I want to be mindful, because I know that we are going to be headed into lunch soon, but I know that there is a majority who have voiced support for a proposal from staff to shorten the time, a proposed shortened time for the second Tuesday, and potentially shifting time, which it sounds like that's actually, there's consensus on options for shifting time, or maybe not consensus, but some general agreement. Does that sound, do folks feel like we're okay with asking that of staff as a next step?
Just to clarify, I'm okay with considering adjustment of the start time on the second Tuesday. I'm not looking to restrict the time.
Thank you. Yep. Okay. So then I think for staff, that's next step. All right. With that, I know we're going to need to take a break for lunch. I know there's a couple other items here that I think we've made some significant progress in terms of this discussion, and I really appreciate all of you. There was a lot of yes ands, which I think is really great. Even when folks were not necessarily fully in agreement, there was a really strong attempt to find where you agreed with one another, and I really appreciate that. I thank you all for doing that, continuing to do what you promised to do in the next 6 months today. So with that, we're going to take a break for lunch, I believe, and I don't see Michelle. I believe it's, how much time does anyone know how much? We're going to take a break for lunch and be back. How long do we have for lunch? Okay, so it's be 45 minutes, and then we will be back after that for our panel discussion with some folks talking about the legislative agenda, or legislation.
Yes. Maybe. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back from our lunch. We are excited to have before you all a very qualified panel to help set council up today. We're going to discuss some of the legislative priorities that you all may have, but we want to make sure that we give you, again, this qualified panel the opportunity to shed light on some of the things that they may want to help you all when you're starting to develop what's going to be your priorities moving forward. This discussion is really more so to kind of help you guys start the conversation. We will not set an agenda today, but we will talk about some of those high-level themes and different things that are important to you all. So I'm actually going to turn it over to our panel to introduce themselves individually. We will capture notes over here for things that we're hearing as you have discussion and different questions that you all may have, and we'll follow up to make sure we've captured them accurately. Okay? Ready? Turn it over to Ben Canada.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Canada. I'm the Chief of Staff in the Wake County Manager's Office, and I have been in local government in this region for 20 years at either Wake County or the City of Raleigh.
Hey, Philip Isley, served on the Raleigh City Council with Janet beginning in 2001. So 24 years ago, we were the two youngest members of the Raleigh City Council. She went on to much bigger and better things than I did. I got off the City Council in 2009. I've been representing the city as your lobbyist since 2016, so I'm happy to be here again.
Hello, Mayor Cowell, members of the council. Thank you for this invitation to be here today. I'm Erin Winia, the Director of Government Affairs for the North Carolina League of Municipalities. I'll tell you a little bit more about that organization when we start the panel, but I have been in government affairs work for over 16 years now, all of it at the League. And I'm a Raleigh native, so love the city and I'm glad to be here. Thanks.
Awesome. Hello? All right, we're going to start with Ben Canada going over the Wake County's approach to their legislative agenda. They went through a really good process, and we think it's worth you hearing how they walked through the steps in order to develop their agenda. Take it over, Ben.
All right, so first thing I want to say is this process is really designed for Wake County, the Wake County Board of Commissioners. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it's the best, that it's awesome, but it does help meet our board's expectations of one another and of staff. And before I get in, I always start any conversation with my board when it comes to legislative priorities with two harsh realities. One, Wake County has little or no political capital down at the legislature. That's a bummer, but we always start there. And then the second part is that staff and our lobbyists, and Philip is our lobbyist as well, we will spend about 90% of our time playing defense. I wish that wasn't the case, but that's reality. And so we always start at that position, and that really underpins everything that we do. So with that, let me just talk a little bit about how we do things. And I've never used this kind of clicker, so forgive me.
I'm just going to go this big green right there.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, the big green arrow, that does make sense. All right, thank you. So our model, let me just very quickly, in the manager's office, which is primarily me, I largely play what I call air traffic control. So I work with others, including Philip, to identify legislation that needs attention. And that can come in through other ways. Sometimes our commissioners let me know that they heard about something. I coordinate that staff analysis. So if it's a tax thing, I'll call Marcus Kinray, the tax administrator, or some other staff expert. We share information and advise the board on what to do. And then for these types of discussions, I'll facilitate that with the board. And then our lobbyist, Philip, largely what we ask him to do is advocate to legislators and their staffs, help us find that legislation that needs attention, serve as a liaison to state and federal agencies sometimes. We do have a separate federal lobbyist that helps us in D.C., and then give advice to the board on political and legislative matters. So we have what I call a three-prong approach to legislative priorities. And let me start with the first one, which is what I call a general guidance statement, and this is in your packet. But the really short version of this is it gives staff and the board's lobbyists permission to play defense. So when we see that maybe the legislature is considering something that might harm the tax base or take away development regulation powers, we know to oppose that. And I don't necessarily check in with the board to make sure we have permission to go advocate against those things. Some other examples, one of our big partner organizations is the public schools. So if we hear of a bill that might decrease funding for the public school system, we automatically know to oppose that, things like that. So that's the general guidance. Then we have a top 3 list, and we try to get the board to focus on those top 3 because, again, very limited political capital, but we can use that more effectively when the board speaks with one voice. And so we try to get them to really focus on Wake County operational needs, and I'll summarize what the top 3 is for this year in just a minute. And then the third prong is what we call the opportunity list. And this is a longer list of issues that's basically like on the radar. And staff and our lobbyists, we don't pledge to go advocate or go on offense for these things. But what we tell the board is if we see a bill come up that we know sort of advances this issue, then we'll support it, or we will link Wake County's name to it. And that sort of gives some flexibility for different board members to get their needs out there. Our top 3 at the state level are housing affordability, and there are some specific things we've put out there we would love to see the state do. Foster care is a very complex issue. It's one of those things that it's hard to make that one-page white paper on that. But there's some things we'd like to see the state do there. And then a unique thing, requirement for tax line signage, which fortunately has already been repealed. So 1 out of 3 is already done.
Hooray.
Yeah. I'm not going to walk through the opportunity list, but this just gives you a flavor of what our Board of Commissioners is interested in. And again, we will not be doing any proactive advocacy for these issues. But again, if a bill happens to get introduced and it does something in the area of veteran services that we think is helpful, we will ask Philip to go let the right folks know. Then at the federal level, we'll focus on earmarks, again, housing, and EMS medication and supply challenges, which is a uniquely county issue. And we have an opportunity list there. Again, we're not going to proactively advocate for any of these things. If they happen to come up, we'll let our federal lobbyists know. And that is an overview of Wake County's approach.
Thank you, Ben. Is it okay if I stand right here and talk to y'all? One of the things Wake County does very well that Ben needs to have a lot of credit for in the manager's office as well is the entire time before they develop their legislative agenda, he's coalescing information and trying to figure out the things that are doable, that we as a county want to accomplish, but also things that the General Assembly is going to want to do to help us. And so those are big things that he does throughout the year. And that changes and morphs all the time. But you deserve a lot of credit for how you've done this. It makes it a lot easier for me. And clearly the 3 things you've chosen, we're already 1/3 of the way there, all because of Ben, by the way. Again, I'm really happy to be here to be your lobbyist. I think it's important for y'all to know sort of some of the things that you may have remembered from last year. And I believe the mayor was in the audience in a different capacity, but it's helpful to sort of remember what we're getting ready to start next Wednesday, the 29th. We're beginning the next biennium, so that's 20 to 27, basically. There'll be a long session. There's going to be a short session. And the long session will start on the 29th. It probably won't be in earnest. They tend to sort of get ramped up a bit, but I would say within the 2nd, 3rd, 4th week of February, you'll start seeing more committee meetings. You'll start seeing more bills filed. But recognize that beginning on Wednesday the 29th, you're going to have a lot of people that don't live in Raleigh living in Raleigh. And as you may recall from last year and the years prior, when they're in Raleigh, they're your constituents too, and they do things that our residents here do, which is pay attention to the city. They watch the same news media outlets that we all watch. They read the same newspapers. They go to the same restaurants. They drive on the same streets. And so just recognize that these 170, well, maybe not 170, the folks that don't live in Wake County or the surrounding areas, they're here, and whether we like it or not, they're sort of paying attention. And so to Ben's point earlier, we're we're always under the microscope and spotlight because of we're the capital city, we're the capital county, and these folks have to be here. And if you go outside of Raleigh, we think that everybody knows what we're doing here. And it's funny to me when I leave, and they don't really know what we're doing outside in, say, Catawba County or Cabarrus County. But when these legislators go home, they all talk about what we're going to do in Raleigh and how we're going to, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. And so Raleigh's sort of a bad word down at the General Assembly, which is, again, it hurts my feelings because I love this city, but it's just, that's the reality that we deal with. And especially this year, we have a brand new Speaker of the House. So we've had the same Speaker of the House for over a decade. I think he's the longest serving. We now have the superlative for our new Speaker of the House, Destin Hall, who's an attorney from Caldwell County, which is Lenoir, North Carolina, not the county, but the city. He's from the western part of the state. He's 37 years old. I'm informed he's the youngest Speaker of the House since 1819. So it's a completely different scene now in the House. The Senate didn't have a whole lot of change. Senator Phil Berger is still the president pro tem of the Senate. And there's 50 members. So just because of numbers, 50 is less than 120 in the House. But you have a lot of new faces in the House. There are new committee members. In fact, the House just released their committees yesterday. But it's important to understand that what happens in the House now, we really can't predict moving forward because we've not had this Speaker yet. I personally believe that this new Speaker, Representative Hall, is going to have a little more professionalism from the standpoint of scheduling. He's a real lawyer. He likes to practice law. That's how he makes his living. He's going to be a dad soon. There are things that he likes scheduling. He knows, because he lives this, like it'd be nice to have vacations. It'd be nice to have a schedule when we really don't have an end time. They have a start time, which is sort of fluid, but the end time is just whenever they feel like going home. I think you're going to see a lot of effort to make this more humane from the standpoint of everybody driving 5, 6, 7 hours to get to Raleigh to be here, only to not have a committee meeting or it be canceled. So I do think that's going to be positive from the standpoint of them being around and things they can do to either hurt us or help us. I think the other thing to keep in mind is that with Helene happening this past September, October, the state coffers at the moment are not great. And I mean, I won't even get into the fights that we had back in October, November, December on Helene funding, but it'll be interesting to see what happens moving forward, where the state will be with respect to some of the funding opportunities that cities, counties may have moving forward. And those are the things we need to keep an eye on. And so as you're contemplating your own budget, as you're contemplating your own policy decisions, you need to just to be mindful that, all is not great within the treasurer's office. I hope I'm being overly pessimistic, and there will be more money there for other things like transportation, water infrastructure, and some of the things that we care about deeply in this city. But that's just one of the things to sort of keep in mind. The other thing that's, here is that the House is one shy of a veto-proof majority. And there's been a lot of press about that right now. That's certainly different than we've had in the last biennium. We had veto-proof majorities. For the last 2 years, we had one member flip to a Republican, which created the veto-proof majority. We don't have that yet in the North Carolina General Assembly, but there's enough Democrats that are willing to have conversations with Republicans, so I wouldn't get hung up on the lack of a veto-proof majority at the House level. You just need to consider that there are times when there may be technically a veto-proof majority, but that's certainly going to be something that the new governor, who is also a friend of ours, who lives in Raleigh before he got to the governor's mansion, to keep in mind as we move forward too, that despite what we may think, there could be a difference of what the expectation might be just because of pure partisan politics, that everybody's going to be trying to get votes. So I'm going to stop here right now and let Erin say what she wants to say, but we are happy to answer any questions. We're happy to opine on anything you ask us to opine on. I'm really happy to be here, and I appreciate your time today.
Thanks, Philip. And you all should know that Philip and I have worked so closely together for a decade or more, and he is absolutely one of the best. It is really true. Philip can get things done. We are so grateful that you all have continued to rely on him to represent the city's interests at the General Assembly. Just really appreciate your partnership. So thank you, Philip. And Ben, you also, from your perch in Wake County, have done a lot to organize cities within the county, and you include us as well. And I think that kind of coordination is really, really helpful. So thanks to you for all of that over the years. Let me tell you all about the North Carolina League of Municipalities, the group that I work for. It is a statewide umbrella membership association. Virtually every city and town in the state is a member of the league. That's roughly 550 cities and towns. Raleigh is the second largest, and it goes down to towns of a population under 10. And in fact, of those 550, as you might imagine, most of them are small towns. And everybody comes together at the league to speak as one voice. And that's why the league was founded over 100 years ago. It was to have amplify the voices of cities before our state General Assembly. So the government affairs group that I work for carries forward that mission today. We, as staff, work cities and city officials through a process to set a legislative agenda for the organization that should represent the priorities that cities share statewide. We are just at the tail end of that process. It began last September and has continued through to this week. And I hope if it's not today, then it'll be early next week, we can share those top priorities with you. I can tell you generally they focus on bread and butter issues for cities and towns. Infrastructure, such as water and sewer, stormwater, roads and bridges. Parks, we consider parks part of infrastructure as well. That's something that we always focus on. Economic development is another big area that we partner with the General Assembly on, and that usually appears on the legislative agenda as well. Of course, Ben, you mentioned defensive issues. Those are where we really spend the bulk of our time. That's where we see power clashes. You know, the power that city officials, that you all have, is in the land use area primarily. And that's something that often makes its way to the General Assembly, and they want to weigh in on that. So we spend a lot of time digging into those issues. I should pause here just to say that we are also governed by a 28-member board. I'm looking at Councilmember Melton here. You serve as Raleigh's representative on the league board. Is it 28? We may be up to 30 right now. Okay. In any event, it's a lot. Represents the diversity of North Carolina on our board of directors. And Councilmember Melton, we're really grateful to you for your service. You've been on our board for a couple of years and really carry forward Raleigh's perspective in those discussions for our association. So with that, we take the goals that city officials set, and our team brings them forward before the State General Assembly as well as state agencies. We have a very experienced team of advocates, and it's really always a pleasure to work with them. This year, we expect to play a lot of defense. Philip, I think you set the stage so nicely. Part of what we're trying to figure out is how the new leadership is going to affect our ability to affect change. I think the league's approach is often like yours, Philip. We look for results, which means we're not into the partisan knife fights. We just want to get things done. We don't care if we get credit for it. We just want to make sure that we have protected your ability to make the decisions you want to make for your community. That's the heart of our work. We work cooperatively with folks like Philip, with our counterparts at the North Carolina County Commissioners Association, as well as other local government groups and industry groups across the state. And as you might imagine, the real estate industry is one that we have to work with a lot on land use issues. I think that, as politics has become more partisan, certainly over my career, I've been doing this for over 16 years now, and in that time, I have seen our political discourse change, and it started at the federal level, right? Like, you all have lived this just like I have. And it has filtered down definitely to the state level here in North Carolina. It calls for different kinds of tools of influence. And we really do our best to try to fit into that, to make sure that the voice of cities statewide is not poking the bear. We want to be in the room. We think it is better to be in the room to help get solutions rather than to be on the outside throwing flames. And so that is our approach. We appreciate it when cities do that as well. Ben, you were talking about the county's legislative agenda. I think it's pretty modest, but it's focused on true needs of the county. And I think that you'll have a lot of success given how you've structured that. So I've probably spoken too much, but that's my overview. And I guess we'll take questions.
I do think this is worthwhile pointing out before we take the questions that local governments just want to be left the hell alone. Like everybody that's sitting at the dais with y'all, all eight of you want to do the job you got elected to do, and like that's what I wanted to do too. So it's really challenging when you sit there and you have the thoughts that you have. You know what your constituents want, and you're constantly being told, "Hey, watch out." I mean, the way I've described this to everybody is, we're sort of the kids at the local level, and the General Assembly's mom and dad. And so you just have to be mindful of that. And, to bring up two not so fun experiences that we had this past year related to the Municipal Services District and then Senate Bill 382, which everybody hates, by the way, at the local government level. Those are things that happen, and it's crazy how they happen. There was no notice. They're just sort of, lob grenades, over the parapet, and both of them ended poorly. I will say with respect to Senate Bill 382, I'm encouraged by the reaction of leadership at the General Assembly that, all of us, Aaron, Ben, myself, others around the state, we're going to have an ability to try and rectify and fix some of the most glaring problems that we have. And again, everybody hates it. The best news for local governments with respect to Senate Bill 382 is they've been loud to the majority, they've been loud to the minority, and everybody wants to have something happen. We don't know what that looks like yet. I don't see a full-sale or wholesale repeal of that. But from the planners out there, I'm cautiously optimistic that we're going to have the ability to sort of level set where we got to, again, in a really strange way during the Helene relief bill funding that nobody should have voted against. Like, that's just what happened. So not to try to sort of mess up what Aaron and Ben are saying, but I really just, anything that you do as an elected official is like, just leave me the hell alone. And that means try not to do anything that makes mom and dad mad. And that's really the very simplest things to tell y'all. Pardon my language, by the way.
Well, thank you all for that expertise and just kind of laying the groundwork. I want to turn it over to you all now. Are there questions that you have for the panel? Councilmember Branch.
Thank you. So, and this is for you, Ben. What's the process of getting to your three? Like, how you have 7 county commissioners. I'm sure all of them probably have 70 ideas. So, high level, what's the process to narrow it, that you all use to narrow it down?
Yeah, sure. So we start, of course, at the staff level, and I and others in the manager's office will talk to our department directors, others at sort of that senior, middle management levels and up to get some ideas. And then we centrally coordinate this. Because it is political in nature, we set a starting point for the Board of Commissioners in the manager's office. And so that's where that initial top 3 list comes from, is from the manager's office. And at the state level, that's foster care, housing, and the tax lien signage bill. Because and our criteria is where can we get the most bang for the buck out of a policy change or additional resources from the state. We also get input from Philip early on, because what I want all of his feedback, but particularly I want his assurance that these are safe things to ask for, and we will not get any adverse attention that we don't want if we go ask for these. And we felt good about those things. The legislature is willing to talk about housing. They're willing to talk about foster care, and they already repealed the tax lien. So there's little risk. So we start the board there. What we have generally done is take it to them once, let the board think about it for a while, and then we come back maybe a couple months later, and I ask them to bless it. In this past cycle, they made no changes to the top 3. They did add some things to the opportunity list.
Sorry, Mike struggles over here. It strikes me, and I guess this might not come around to a question, but you all can like nod and nod for affirmation if I'm on the right track, or redirect. But it strikes me that as we think about forming our own legislative agenda, the more we can be in line with the county, the better. Like, again, singing with one voice for the region. I mean, when I see housing affordability as one of the top three, I'm like, okay, well, that's on our top 3 list all the time, every single day. So that it makes sense to me that we would find the city equivalent to fit under a similar bucket. And then when I look at these other two, like foster care is sort of a core service provided by the county. So I feel like when I'm thinking about ours, like housing affordability is one, some core service that we offer, public safety, parks, or something like that. And then this like tax lien signage seems somewhat like it could fit into a bucket called like technocratic tweaks or something, like deep in the weeds policy tweaks. And I feel like there's probably something similar, that there's some equivalent that we have that like a state code update would give us a big bang for our buck in one of our departments in a way that like maybe we as elected officials we don't even know because we're not that far down in the weeds. But anyway, it seems like these kind of buckets of like housing, one essential service ask, and then one like sort of technocratic change makes sense to me. So, but if you would characterize those buckets differently, please do adjust.
I mean, I think you're right, but it's going to change depending on the year, depending on the politics, the mood. And I would just say, again, to sort of reset what Ben said early on, 10%, like the legislative agenda is about 10% of what we do. The 90% is playing defense. And that's when I'm not trying to exaggerate. And Aaron, you can agree or disagree.
But that is our breakdown. That's our percentage breakdown.
You get things from left field all the time. Like, oh my God, why do they think about this? And it's usually, I mean, honestly, it seems like it's just land use issues, or someone not getting a permit, or someone getting, messed up by CAMA, or like all the things that maybe Raleigh doesn't think about CAMA like people on the coast do, or people down in Women, whatever. But the 90%, and again, I'm not trying to say the 10% is not important, but the 90% is really the hard work where you're actively having to think on your feet and react quickly without, y'all meet twice a month. And, you can't take policy decision votes on the internet or online. And so we're always down there trying to do the right thing. And what's good for Raleigh, and look, what's good for Raleigh is usually going to be good for Wake County and vice versa. But I do think that you need to recognize that your needs may be different, may change just because of what the county does, what the city does. But generally speaking, when you're looking at core services, that's so easy to advocate for at the General Assembly. It's not a one-off. It doesn't seem strange. It's just, like for Asheville, and again, they're one of my clients, but like water's a big deal. They lost their water for 60 days after Helene. So you can imagine that's likely their top list, thing on the list now. So it's different for us, although water's very important. But I do think as you go through this process, when y'all decide to do this, keeping sort of the big picture items in your mind is going to be helpful moving forward, because you're less likely to stray to get off the beaten path that might create some animosity, and we don't like that as advocates.
Yeah, I would just say I think we often, beyond the top three, when we're playing defense, we are often aligned. Particularly, like 382 is a great example. That development regulation bill was one. It was unique in that it didn't just harm or take away authority from municipalities, but it had a very adverse impact on counties as well.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I was going to say, Philip, you acknowledged that we've had some changes on the majority side in terms of leadership, but we've also had some changes on the minority side in terms of leadership. And I guess my question is, how do you think that impacts your ability to play defense on a number of issues?
Well, let me say initially that both Senator Sidney Batch and Senator Dan Blue are very good friends of mine. I like them a lot, and I'm glad that the Democratic caucus has a good leader with respect to the Senate. Senator Blue lives in Raleigh. Senator Batch doesn't, but she works in Raleigh. She's worked in downtown Raleigh most of her professional career. This probably is too broad of a statement to state out loud and on TV, but I believe this. Yeah, and I know that. I really do think that the Wake County delegation wants Raleigh to be successful. Whether you're in Holly Springs, whether you're in Zebulon, like we are, we're the capital city, we're the capital county, and so that's the way I feel. I may not be right all the time, but I view, Senator Blue was the caucus leader for decades, and he's still well respected. I think Senator Batch is just a different personality. She's also a lawyer. She's a little bit younger than Senator Blue. She and Destin are going to have interesting conversations. Destin, Speaker Hall, will have interesting conversations when it comes up. But, the other thing to keep in mind, and the same is true with the city of Raleigh, 90% of the votes at the General Assembly are unanimous or nearly unanimous. And it's just running the state or running the city. And they actually do like each other. I mean, I was not here when we had the retreat at Dick's. And I think we had Representative Reeves, Senator Bell, Senator Berger, or maybe Brian Fork was there. But it was a cool group of people. And, I mean, you could tell. I know Senator Blue was there also. They really do like each other. They disagree on some pretty big policy things, and they say, things on the floor that they may not say to each other when they get in private. But mostly, they're just trying to do exactly what you're trying to do, which is do the things that you were elected to do, which is govern the city of Raleigh in the best way you can. So I'm looking forward to Senator Batch's time as the caucus leader. I think she'll be great, and I don't anticipate that being a problem at all.
Mayor?
Yeah, I mean, given all the differences between the Republican-led General Assembly and this council, I would still think there's a lot of shared goals around wanting to add more housing to the state. And I'm just curious, are there, in the ALECs or the NCSLs or some of these legislative agendas, things that might be helpful? And examples might be something like the building codes for apartments are more punitive in the United States, and we need to make it easier to build multifamily. Is there something that could be a sweeping statewide sort of assistance to cities in facilitating that? Or could we empower our housing authorities to help cities partner for deeper affordability and more units? Are you seeing ideas where there's enough common ground that we could, get behind as a county and a city? But it's helpful to hear that from y'all because it's, obviously we don't have as much transparency as to what bills are being filed and some of those national trends.
Yep, everyone's looking to me, and thank you for that question, Mayor Cowell. There is a lot of conversation around this topic nationally. I am fortunate to have networks of my peers in other states, so legislative directors for their state leagues of municipalities. And we are not alone in this conversation bubbling up to the top. What I can say is right now in the states where there are Republican majorities, the default tends to be the way to build more housing is to loosen zoning regulations. That is the go-to policy choice. Putting that into practice is more difficult. If it's a mandate, then it gets very technical, right? Because this is probably some of the most technical part of your code. It gets really technical, and it differs so much from city to city to county to county. And it's hard to legislate that at the state level. And so I think that creates tension because what one city council may be very comfortable doing, another might not be. And so the approach that I and my colleagues across the country are often put in is when we get those proposals, we have to try to limit the mandates and, if we can, turn them into incentive programs. So some way to incentivize the change you want. If the legislature wants to see that, how can they incentivize that at the local level without slapping a mandate down that can mess up how your codes are actually implemented and enforced? That is definitely a policy prescription that we see a lot of.
I also think, just quickly to say, the disaster of Western North Carolina and the loss of housing stock with red and blue counties and cities has, in a strange way, given everybody an eye-opener to say, gosh, how can we get these houses built quicker? What are the impediments? And so if there's any lemonade out of a horrible situation, I mean, there's 40 members, I think, on the Helene Recovery House Committee that are meeting on Wednesday at 2 p.m., and that's one of their biggest challenges right now is how can we get the housing going again there, but obviously if it happens there, it's going to happen everywhere else.
How many
too.
units did they lose?
Depends on who you ask.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking like LA, they lost around 10,000 housing units or more, and you just think about that massive whole, what that would mean to any municipality.
It's thousands,
yeah.
But it's also spread out over a much bigger swath of property too. There are going to be challenges with respect to what you can build by the river. I mean, they're having a challenge right now. It's sort of like, what can you do to ensure that you still have access to the federal flood program and not take yourself out of that? And there's also people that don't want you to build anything back. And so, again, I mean, it feels a little bit like, what we all went through. I mean, like there's the tension between the growth and development. I don't care whether you're a big city, a small city, but that's always going to be there.
Councilmember Lambert-Milton.
Yeah, I was just going to add that something that I learned to appreciate during my time as a board member on the league is there really is sort of this like rural-urban divide. And so I'll talk to some of my fellow board members about housing affordability and supply, and they're like, no one wants to live in my town. Our greatest struggle is we can't get someone to open like a Chick-fil-A. And so there's sometimes, it's just the needs are very different. And I think, what Aaron's challenge is sometimes is as a league board, we have to come up with like consensus priorities. And I moderated a panel on, I think, ADUs and short-term rentals at one of the city visions, and it was like mass hysteria in that room because the folks who are from towns that are high tourism, they hate the idea of it, and then the other folks are like, this sounds great if someone would love to come visit here and stay in someone's house. And so sometimes even finding, consistent opinions on issues that seem universally like we need more housing. Like these places just, they're not feeling that. They're like, we don't need housing, we need, but I think what's helpful sometimes is remembering that decisions we make in Raleigh affect the towns around us. And eventually that pressure will be so great on the towns around us that what decisions they make are going to affect towns around them. And so it will sort of trickle into these more rural areas. But so, it's encouraging that things like the bill that was sort of pushed through, that there has been, we had an entire board meeting about that, about what the response would be. But just trying to get more opportunities like this to sit in a room and figure out like where can we find consistency on things. Because even in that discussion, we were like, we need to let the smaller towns be the ones that go in there and talk about how this needs to be pulled back and not like the Raleigh and the Charlotte. So it's really odd, the needs of different communities around the state. So yeah.
And we see that at the county level too. It was very illuminating to me at the Association of County Commissioners Legislative Conference in November, that getting housing, affordable housing as a policy priority for that group was not a challenge, but it wasn't automatic. And so I sort of lost a little bit of my naivete that day as well, that across the 100 counties, they don't all perceive housing similarly.
Did I see a hand?
I mean, just one other thought. I guess my main thoughts are just, I want us to use our political capital wisely and just coordinate if we're going to ask anybody in the General Assembly to do anything for us. And then I also would love y'all's help on us being creative on with whom we partner, knowing that Wake County, unfortunately, has so little power in the General Assembly. Can we find, other General Assembly members who have been mayors, other people who are downstream of us who could help us on a stormwater bill because they're representing Goldsboro and the Neuse River Basin. Things like that give us creative connections and alliances that help Raleigh move a ball forward in a way that's a little better than, asking Jay Chaudhary, as great as he is, right, to run a bill knowing it's just, Jay, if you're watching this, right.
Get your pen out, Jay.
You know, and look, to that point, we're really lucky here. I mean, you have the opportunity to see any of these General Assembly members at any time. You can walk literally 3 blocks from City Hall and have lunch or breakfast with any member if you get on that member's particular calendar. I would encourage you that meeting all 170 is probably not worth your time, but you're going to run into people all the time, and you know they're just like you. And a lot of them have been county commissioners, a lot of them have been city councilors, and so we do strive to find people that have been elected at the local government level because they do understand. But to Ben's point and to Jonathan's point, you know, that rural-urban divide is very, very strong. And, you know, the other good news for Raleigh is they actually do like living here. You know, they're here a lot. They like what we have to offer. And so that's half the battle, too. They may go back and talk smack about, oh, here's what we did to Raleigh, but they mostly enjoy their time here. They like the way our cities are being run. They like the way our county's being run. I mean, you give them truth serum, they're going to say that. We have to give them the ability to not only help us, but want to help us. And I think that's the way that you do with anybody in real life. I mean, that's just human nature. And I'm encouraged. I mean, I am optimistic about, even though we have issues with the lien recovery, I'm still encouraged with sort of the new light, with new leadership in the House and Senate. I think hope I'm not naively silly, but I really think that we have a lot on our plate moving forward. And while stuff may not happen this year, we still got a great state, a great city, a great county. And I know that we're going to do a ton of great work together. And so y'all are a big part of that.
Councilmember Patton, I think.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, you spoke to zoning code and the tension between, like, local control and, like, impacts on zoning codes. But then there's also, if I've understood correctly, there's, like, the state building code and something like the single stair regulation on, like, multifamily. Like, a release from that would open up multifamily opportunities for us. But I wonder if, like, on a broader scale, like, easing adaptive reuse, right, like, regulations that prevent adaptive reuse could serve all communities, right? For us, it might be retrofitting empty office towers, but in other communities that could be turning in like an old textile mill into a food hall or something like that. So has there been any discussion of like how
building code.
North Carolina building code?
There has been a lot of interest and attention paid to the building code over the past 7 or 8 years, and I'll attribute that to the interest of a specific legislator in the House who builds homes and really does a deep dive into those details. There's kind of 2 ways to go about making building code changes in this state. You can have the General Assembly pass a law that says Building Code Council, which is a separate appointed entity that actually passes the building code. They can direct the building code to do a very specific thing. So we do see legislation every session saying that. Otherwise, the Building Code Council on its own volition has the ability to change the building code. It's a long regulatory process. Nothing is quick. Even when the General Assembly passes a law, you're still talking months afterwards before you see anything. But those ideas are out there, and I think there are people paying attention to it. So, that may fall into that technocratic bucket that you were referring to. Certainly worth exploring. Yeah.
Any more questions for the panel here? Okay. So panel, any final thoughts that you would leave them with? Because we're going to jump into a very short exercise about themes, but just want to ask you all, are there any parting thoughts before we start to kind of ask the council after hearing what you all have shared? What are some of the themes that they want the staff to work on and come back as we will develop a formal agenda? So start with you, Ben.
Nothing ready. I don't know if I have any. I think I have already imparted sort of the main points I wanted to make and talk a little bit about our process. So no, I can't think of anything else to add.
I would say good luck with your first term as mayor, your first term as a District A counselor. I do think that the folks in Raleigh are going to, we have a new leaf to turn over. And so I feel like we're going to have the ability to be symbiotic when we can. And we have a lot of knowledge, experience here at the table, and we just need to figure out a way how we get y'all and your ideas in front of the right people at the General Assembly when we need offensive help or defensive help. And so, again, y'all are lucky because when I need your help, I can call you and you can walk 3 blocks down to the General Assembly.
I'm excited for you all to be embarking on this process, and I know you're going to take it seriously and be very deliberative. I can share that just from observation over my career, the cities that have the most success have very limited legislative agendas. Something more in line with what Wake County has, just a top 3. Maybe that's, I love the opportunities list. That's a great way to capture the breadth of all the operations and all the things that you're interested in, but helping to be focused because there's just only so much bandwidth. So I would recommend keeping it really small.
Thank you. We are going to actually pull up the priorities just to remind you all the exercise that you just went through with the strategic plan group. Say transition. Okay, so I'm going to switch to this microphone so I don't mess with the frequencies. Yes, okay, good job. Okay, so after hearing the advice from your own state lobbyists as well as our partners over at the county and the league, what are some of the themes and different things that you all would like staff to consider in coming back to you all? Because this is just the beginning, and we know there was a lot, but I think they gave you some really good advice. So as a reminder, in front of me are kind of the priorities and things that you all have shared with us are important to you. So I already have Councilmember Lambert Milton.
I was just going to add, I really like this opportunity list, and I envision that we will probably have a lot of themes or areas on our opportunity list and very few on our ask list. And so for the
and we
theme,
can start there, right?
The themes,
and
we're
help
just throwing
bring it
everything
up.
up, or should we specify opportunity? Or
I think you can throw it up and we can kind of start there. But I think for staff's purposes and direction, I think it's helpful. You can start big. And again, you're going to have larger conversations, I'm sure, that will even direct budget conversations later. But just give us those kind of themes that, I think to your point, will lend itself more to opportunity lists, and we can help you weed that out. But what are some of the things you want us to kind of capture in the next 5-7 minutes?
I mean, for me, just more funding. Big picture is funding for transit.
Transit.
And then there are a lot of little things underneath it.
Okay.
But just big theme,
yeah.
It would be just transit funding.
Yes. And we also can tease out kind of federal and state too, so don't limit yourself in this conversation. Yes, exactly. That's what triggered me to remind you there. So I'm hearing transit.
Housing.
I heard you, but you might want to use the mic. I think I heard housing. Yep. So transit, housing.
Related to transit, I know there's a state policy that the DOT cannot focus only on pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. Okay. They can only add that in to a project that focuses on vehicular movement.
Yeah.
So I guess as an opportunity, if there's an opportunity to remove that restriction.
Okay. So restrictions and limitations around transit itself. Okay. So I think
that funds pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right. Within housing, I know that sometimes the way the tax credits work, the way the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency not all the money can go to all the types of things. So something like a parking deck cannot be funded with tax credit money. So tweaks to the
tax credit limitations, maybe expansion there. Okay. Mayor?
Also talked about state-owned land and how we could do long-term leases around housing or redevelopment.
Give Alana a couple seconds to catch up there. All right, state on land, housing opportunities. I think Councilmember Jones was right before you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, I just didn't want to jump ahead. I was wondering about, especially with this Helene stuff that's going on, how do we tap onto with our stormwater management? We have a big budget, or not budget, but we have an ask, that 800 million that we learned about, and how can we utilize what they're already doing for Helene to kind of tap on and make sure that all of the state, especially areas in the city, are benefiting there as well.
That larger bucket and concentration on state funding, yeah, stormwater. And Mayor Pro Tem?
The mayor took one of mine, which was state-owned property, using that for housing, but the other part of it is what are some additional funding sources that we could use through the state as well as through the federal government, especially geared towards affordable housing.
Okay. So larger bucket around funding for housing at the state and the federal level? Councilmember
I was going to
Lindemann?
add the building code reform. I think we could do a lot more if we had some more flexibility.
Mm-hmm.
And then one that seems to pop up every now and then is, I don't know how to frame it. This may be too small for this, but like retail use in our city.
Retail use, okay.
And I mean, I can elaborate, but.
I think you should. It kind
So
of
like when we talked a few years ago about trying to make it easier to open like neighborhood-oriented retail, we're limited on, we can't specify. And then recently we've had issues with certain types of retail opening downtown that people don't want us to allow, but we don't have the authority. So, there's just not a lot of flexibility for us. I looked at it more of what can we provide to the public, but because there's no limitations, we can't say you can open a corner coffee shop in your neighborhood because we can't promise it won't be a corner gun shop or a vape shop. But if we had more flexibility to particularly go into areas where we know we have food deserts or lack of resources and loosen it up to where folks could provide necessary services with some guardrails. I don't know if we'll ever get there, but it's something that has been
the ability to limit in areas that need certain services.
Yeah, because it seems to be holding us back sometimes.
Okay. Gotcha. No, thank you for expanding on that. Did I see a thought in the middle? Mayor?
Just public-private partnerships. I know for things like the airport, they want to do quarries, land use to fund their long-term aspirations. In other countries, Canada, Mexico, et cetera, I mean, there's a much greater success of public-private partnerships around sophisticated infrastructure. So anything the state does to enable, those sorts of partnerships.
Okay. Councilmember Jones.
I don't know if this is something that goes on to this list, but I think last year with our experience with MSDs, I think I'd just like to learn a little bit more about what the priorities are of the General Assembly, because I think I was kind of blindsided, like what is going on, and wanting to better understand that as we move forward with future MSD proposals.
At least foundational what's happening with MSDs. Okay, gotcha. Councilmember Patton was next, and then Branch.
Probably under the housing affordability bucket is updates or changes to property tax relief options. I know the income limit for when you can have your property taxes abated is very low right now. And so raising that income limit or allowing municipalities to be a little more targeted or give us more options in our toolbox.
Expanding toolbox. Branch?
This may be more federal related. I know the funding that our Human Relations Commission gives out in grants comes based on our, population or whatever. But just finding ways to increase funding for community and youth proactive programming.
Okay. So funding around community programming, ability to loosen that up based on population and size. Okay.
And then there were a couple that I've met with some groups recently on that they've talked to me about. I met with the Historic Preservation Group, and they feel like there's a lot of opportunities that other states are leveraging through state law to help incentivize historic preservation. I think that may be an opportunity list item for us.
Okay.
And then when we were talking about election reform stuff a couple of years ago, we had this big group pushing for ranked choice voting, which is not recognized under state law. And so I think, again, that would be an opportunity list thing, that if there were ever a bill going through on that, that may be something that we might want to weigh in on in the long term.
Okay. All right, voting, election, flexibility, more kind of final themes you want staff to, Mayor?
Well, on public safety, I know we've had some progress recently on connecting the FUSIS network and some of these camera networks, but I know from law enforcement friends, for me, that the interconnectivity of all these different departments, state capitol police, the sheriffs, the state highway patrol, and all that communication across jurisdictions and groups.
So that information
and so
sharing
any
across
sort of monies
jurisdictions.
around technology, right, data, communications. We're funding this at a local level, but I would think, given that we're working with, especially here in Raleigh, right, a lot of state entity public safety groups as well. So.
More final themes. And again, this obviously will not be the last opportunity you have to weigh in, but it kind of gives staff an opportunity when we're able to onboard staff to help you kind of walk through. They'll at least have some themes and different things to start researching on. Obviously, our partners in the back as well can help us as we start to develop at least that draft. And I'd like, to your point, Councilmember Lambert Milton, starting off with an opportunity list and then pulling over those things that we actually, sounds like you should always target things that you're going to have success in, and you actually already have momentum at the state and the federal level. So we'll take this list, again, not your only opportunity, but we'll take this list and we will bring something back to you in the form of a work session in order to help you kind of massage through, and as you get to your final, I would say, opportunity list as well as your formal agenda, I think you guys will really be set up for success. So I want to take this opportunity now, before you take a very quick break, just to thank our partners for this wonderful panel. And yes, thank you for kind of giving council, I think, a really good foundation in order to start this work. So we will take a 5-minute break.
Good? We good, Mayor? Well, you guys patiently waited all day, and you finally get to hear about sales tax collection rates. So I'm sure you're excited. I'm Ryan Bergman from the manager's office. I'm going to turn it over in a minute to our really capable budget and finance team. I do want to talk a little bit about a few of the themes we're trying to accomplish today, trying to get in front of you. We'll talk a little bit about the current budget and the process. And the reason for that is we know that there's a desire for you guys to dig deeper into this budget during this process. We really want to lay it out so you understand it better and you can kind of be concise with the questions and the analysis that we can help you with. Then we're going to talk a little bit about the upcoming budget. We, of course, have a lot of needs. City Council last year took some excellent action that definitely does help us as it relates to public safety staffing and the compensation study. You're going to hear an outlook from Sadia that is fairly reasonable. There is potentially a narrow path that we could have some targeted investments in the areas that you choose without additional revenue, but it will take prioritization on City Council's end. It's going to take existing staff, department heads, a little bit more intense budget process. We already started that internally. And then we're going to switch to more long-term thinking. And Allison's going to talk about our bonds, the way we manage finances long-term. And there actually is going to be some recommended changes there on how we account for our resources, a little bit of changes to how we handle capital projects, with the entire goal of all these changes to be more predictability and flexibility for city councils moving forward. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Sadia.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ryan. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Sadia Sattar, Budget Director for the City of Raleigh. Delighted to talk to you all this afternoon about a very fun topic called budgeting and finance. I know it's a little late in the day, but we promise that we'll be, as concise as we can be on a very lengthy topic. So what is our agenda for today? As Ryan mentioned, we will be talking a little bit about fiscal year 26 and talking about our outlook there. But first, where are we now? So talking about the budget that you all helped us put together for this year that we're in currently, we will do a big overview of our general fund revenues and expenses, some of the key investments that we made in the city of Raleigh. And then we wanted to go a little bit deeper into the budget. So going into general fund budgets by department, just kind of layering, showing where personnel dollars lie, where non-personnel dollars lie. Taking a little bit of a deeper dive into the capital budget, and then Allison will talk about where are we now with our fiscal year 25 budget. After that, we'll go into fiscal year 26 outlook. It is incredibly early in the process, but we did want to chit-chat a little bit about what we've heard around the community as we've wrapped up our engagement sessions, what we're hearing in the city itself, and of course, what our upcoming budget process looks like. Allison will then take it over with some long-term financial planning. That is what Ryan was speaking about earlier at the podium. You have all seen those two words, steady state, last year as well. She'll be expanding on that, talking about some dedicated capital funding, how we could make some changes in how we do budgeting and finance here in the city of Raleigh, talking about an advanced capital planning program, and then also taking a deeper dive into how we've historically funded bonds in the city and what the future could look like with bond funding. And then I'll wrap us up with some next steps. We've heard a budget note from you all. We wanted to just chit-chat a little bit about some key dates and work sessions coming up. And then we hope to wrap it up, and excited to hear any questions, any comments, any feedback that you may have. So with that, I am going to dive right into fiscal year 25. So no surprise here, this should all be super common to you all by now. Our overall budget is $1.4 billion. This is an overall look for the city of Raleigh. So our revenues there on the left-hand side, kind of where does the money come from? Again, no surprise there, property taxes being the majority of that pie. Followed by our water and sewer revenues and our fees and charges. Again, this encompasses the entire budget, so this isn't just looking at our general fund, which is our primary fund, but all of our funds as a whole. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see, kind of where the money goes. Where are we spending our tax dollars? Again, no surprise there. Our biggest investment is our people. So that largest slice of the pie being personnel and employee benefits, followed by all the stuff that we need to actually do our job, which is our operating expenses. And then, of course, our capital investments like our bonds, of course, also our pennies that we put towards affordable housing, streets resurfacing, parks maintenance. And then, of course, you'll see debt service right there. And what is that? That's like payments on principal and interest on all the bonds that we have in the city of Raleigh. So that was our city as a whole. Let's dive a little bit deeper into the general fund. Our general fund, again, is our primary fund here in the city of Raleigh. And then, again, revenues on the left-hand side. No surprise there, over half of our general fund dollars come from our property taxes, followed by sales tax. And Allison will be doing a deeper dive as we look into where we are now into property taxes and sales taxes here in just a little bit. And then again, where does the money go? So no surprise there again, public safety encompasses the majority of our expenses here. And when I talk about public safety, I'm talking about our police officers, our firefighters, and our ECC personnel. And then the other slice of the pie that you can see is capital and debt. That's again, transfers to those funds, followed by infrastructure, public services. That's your engineering services, your transportation department. And then you'll see general government. Well, what is general government? That's folks like myself, Allison, the city manager's office, our Office of Sustainability, and others. And then we, of course, have leisure services, which is parks and recreation. And then you'll see that orange slice, which is special appropriations. That's about 9%. So what is that? Well, special appropriations actually stands for all the stuff that doesn't really belong to a department in particular. So that's like stuff that we kind of all share. That's something as little as postage or, let's say, safety shoes, to something as big as, let's say, workers' comp or like post-employment benefits, something of that nature. And the teeniest part of the slice or the pie right there is our grants. And you'll be hearing more about those later on as part of a work session. So now that you've seen the budget as our overall, kind of where that budget goes, let's talk a little bit about the key investments that we made in our budget. This slide was actually shared as part of the fiscal year 25 budget proposal that we did in May. So we invested in a lot of fantastic things in the city. We invested in our operating infrastructure. What am I talking about there? We invested in stormwater folks. We invested in our urban parks, our historic parks. We invested in our advanced recruitment and retention efforts. What does that mean? We actually added 5 FTE to our HR department to ensure that, they do their job as much as bringing folks into the city. We also invested in our people with not only a market adjustment, but we also did merit increases. We also maintained efficient core services to meet increasing demand, and that's really, just keeping the lights on. What does that mean? That means that we added maintenance specialists. We ensured that as far as funding critical public safety services is concerned, we had invested in our cybersecurity. We invested in some software at the ECC to help our emergency call takers as they take those calls. And then, thanks to City Council, we did 2 really important big things. Well, the first thing you'll see at the bottom left is that City Council allowed us to dedicate a penny for the implementation of the classification and compensation study. I'll be talking a little bit about that in a little bit as well. But what does that mean? That was about $11.4 million that we set aside, as Ryan alluded to here a little bit ago, that really helped us, especially we actually don't know what the cost of the study is, but it's good to know that we have a little something in our pockets as we prepare for the implementation. And then last but not least, we actually dedicated a penny for capital and deferred maintenance. This was a fantastic thing to do as well. We have a lot of needs here in the city of Raleigh as far as our capital improvement program goes. So this really helped us set some funds aside to really tend to our infrastructure. So I said I would talk to you all a little bit about the general fund budgets by department. And as you can see, the blue bar here is personnel. The red bars is non-personnel. That's all your operating expenditures that we need to do our jobs. And then that little green bar right there that some departments have, those are transfers to other funds. Actually, those are like indirect costs. So as you can see, blue rules. What does that mean? The majority of our expenses, or where our budget lies, is our people. So to make any significant dents in our budget, it means that there's definitely going to be a personnel impact there. Because when we talk about budget, we're talking about our people. And then I wanted to hit a little bit on the capital budget as well. We talk a lot about operating, right? Which is kind of our everyday what we do. But we also dedicate a lot towards all the other stuff that we have in the city. I like to talk about capital as stuff we can see, touch, feel. And we normally, in the city of Raleigh, if you know anything about our capital budget, we normally dedicate 3 pennies, one towards affordable housing, one towards street resurfacing, and one towards parks maintenance. And last year, as I alluded in a prior slide, you actually gave us an additional penny towards our general PAYGO needs. So we went through a reval last year, and our fiscal year 24 value of a penny was $7.9 million. And as you can see, it grew by $3.5 million to $11.4 million. So what does that mean? Let's say on a regular basis, we've been dedicating, overall, $23.7 million. Because of that reval, because of the addition of that extra penny, we are now dedicating about $45.6 million towards our capital needs in the city of Raleigh, which I think is pretty fantastic. And of course, let's not forget that that's not the only dollars that we spend on affordable housing, right? We've got the bond. We've also got an operating budget. We've also got grants. Similarly, for streets resurfacing, yes, that's a dedicated penny, but then transportation also has the bond. They also have an operating budget. Parks maintenance, same thing. We have a parks bond. And then, of course, for general PAYGO, that was something that's been really great, especially as we look forward to building the fiscal year 26 budget, something that we actually can dedicate our needs toward. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to Allison Bradshaw to talk about kind of where we are now with the fiscal year 25 budget.
All right. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. I have a number of slides that I'm really going to cover, really a snapshot of where we are now. So we're 6 months into our fiscal year, which started July 1st. And this first chart covers where our revenue collections are. So if you look at the graph, what you'll see is 2 bars, one representing last year and one representing this year. The color coding essentially represents those 4 buckets that Saudia spoke to earlier: property tax, sales tax, user fees, and what we call our other revenues. So right now, the general fund has collected almost $420 million against our revenue budget of $732 million. So that's roughly about 57%. The blue bar there, just to give a perspective, is property tax, and that's at about 77% collected, versus this time where we were last year, we were at about 76%. So I will take a deeper dive into property tax and sales tax, again, as our 2 largest revenue sources in the general fund. But the real key takeaway from this slide is, again, with 6 months under our belts, we're really tracking where we would expect it to be for revenue collections in the general fund. All right, moving to general fund expenditures. Again, this is where are we writing those checks? What is the money leaving the bank? Same concept here with the bar chart, except there are really 3 colors that you'll see there. You'll see the blue is salary and benefits, the red is our operating, and the green is the transfers that go to support other functions across the city, including capital, as Saudia just spoke to. So again, the general status update here is we're really on track with where our spending is. You will definitely notice on the green part of the bar chart there that our salaries and benefits are significantly higher than they were last year. And Saudia really spoke a little bit about that in the 25 budget. There has been a tremendous amount of investment in our salaries and benefits, both with the market adjustment, which occurred in July of last year. We had our merits, which are in the fall, and then also council approved a new incentive program for employees across the organization. So that's, again, significant dedication of resources for salaries and benefits. Again, overall, operating and transfers are on track. So property tax. So property tax by far is, as was noted earlier, the largest revenue source for the general fund. That graph really just shows over time where we have been percent collected against budget. Again, we're right at 77%, so we're really on track with our property tax collections. The first year after any revaluation is a tough year to budget for property tax. The reason for that is the appeals process. So the appeals process really has 3 different stages. There's an informal appeals process, which actually closed out last year. And then there's 2 processes that are still ongoing. One is with the Board of Equalization and Review. And Raleigh, for the city of Raleigh, we have over 700 cases that are still being reviewed. And that's going to take them several more months to go through. Then, through the appeals process, you can appeal to the Property Tax Commission, or the PTC. And right now, we have over 200 cases for the city of Raleigh that are in there. So again, while we're on track, we definitely have some unknowns associated with our property tax collection. But in general, December and January are by far where we collect essentially almost all of our property tax for the general fund. So again, net message for property tax is we're really on track with where we'd expect to be. I know Ryan made a little joke in the beginning about sales tax collections. Sales tax is the most volatile revenue source we have here in the general fund. You might notice right away it's on watch. And what does that mean? That really does mean we are going to be watching this revenue source over the next several months. I personally love this graph, so I'm just going to take a few minutes, if you'll humor me. The years are shown by color, starting all the way back to FY19. The red line at the very top, the dotted line, is the FY25 budget. And so the quarters are across the bottom. So really, essentially, every quarter collection dating all the way back to fiscal year 19. What you really see kind of coming out of the pandemic is those bars really spread very far apart. And we saw that through our collections. We know we had record high inflation, we had federal stimulus dollars, and so those bars were really far apart. We were growing rapidly from our sales tax collections. If you then start to notice in 23, 24, 25, you're really seeing those bars come much, much closer together. They're still growing. They're just at a much, much moderate pace. And that's important as we think about the FY26 budget development. So right now, in order to make our FY25 budget, we needed to grow 2.7% from where we landed last year. Right now, we are only at about 1% growth. So that's why it is on watch. This is something that we are going to monitor. We had talked for a long time thinking, when is that slowdown going to come? And it definitely appears that we're seeing it. Now, we are seeing inflation go down, so hopefully consumer spending will pick back up again, because that's really what drives this collection. The thing that I would leave you with here is, in order to make our FY25 budget, the remaining collections that we have to grow about 4%. So again, when compared to last year. So definitely something we're going to continue to keep an eye on. I'll also do want to put a plug in for the North Carolina Department of Revenue. We've been partnering with them for some time, and they've been able to provide us some early headlights on our sales tax collection, which has been really, really helpful because the way the sales tax process works, it is 3 months in arrears from the time it's recorded at the real the vendor, the business, and then by the time it gets collected, recorded, sent to the state, and distributed to the entities. So a 3-month delay is certainly long and makes things more difficult to forecast. So that's where we are for sales tax. So to round out the rest of the city's overall financial picture, These are our enterprise funds. So we do have 6 operations here at the city that the revenues are largely derived from individuals who pay for the services. The largest is Raleigh Water, which we all know is a regional water system. And the good news here is all of our entities here are on track, with the exception of transit and parking. The reason for that is, as the council is well aware, transit, this is the first year that we are back on with transit fees, and those got off to a little bit of a slow start in the current fiscal year. That was really by design, but that's something that we're going to continue to watch. For parking by far is our operation that was hit hard by the pandemic and is still slowly rebounding. You will notice there is a column called General Fund Subsidy. Our parking operation used to be fully, what I would call a full enterprise, meaning the revenues from the parking operation covered all the expenditures and capital investment. As a part of the 25 budget and just the way revenues had been coming in, it needed to be propped up by the general fund. So it's a general fund subsidy of almost $2.7 million. So we are going to continue to watch transit. We're going to continue to watch parking. But overall, the rest of the operations are really on track with where we would expect to be 6 months into the year. We will be releasing our quarterly report probably within the next month. That'll offer a little bit more detail that council is accustomed to seeing. And so with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Sadia.
Thanks, Allison. So now that we've heard about fiscal year 25, let's talk about where we're going, which is fiscal year 2026. I can't believe it. My first budget at the city was 2024, so this is very exciting. So let's talk about the classification and compensation study. I wanted to lead with that because, let's face it, it's the elephant in the room. We've had the HR director come and speak to you all about where we are in the process, and where we are right now is where the arrow is, which is that the HR department is working with our consultant to develop recommendations. Those hopefully will be wrapped up by the end of next month. So you can expect the HR director to come in front of you to chat about the results of the classification and compensation study during the March budget work session. I did want to highlight that while we did put $11.4 million aside for the classification and comp study, we really don't know what the total cost of the study is. So how we'll implement it, whether we'll phase it or not, is something that, of course, will come in front of you from the city manager and the HR director. So what has been our engagement strategy for the upcoming budget process? This year, we did start a little late. And why was that? Because there wasn't just a municipal election. There was also a federal election. A lot of our park sites were occupied as early voting sites. But we did host 8 total sessions. We did 2 virtual. We hosted our annual Budget and Brews, which is quite popular now with the community. And then we went to each district and held in-person sessions at community centers around each district, as I said. And we got a lot of great feedback. All of the feedback will be captured in an engagement report that will be published by the end of next month. But I just wanted to hit on a couple of things that residents said that we do super good, which of course, sunny, as you can see on the left-hand side, and things that we don't do really well, or we could do better. So residents love our parks and greenways. No surprise there, almost every session. While feedback did vary from district to district, there's no doubt about it, we are amazing as far as our offerings of parks and greenways. Our residents were also satisfied with our public safety services. No complaints there. Folks were really supportive of our public safety. And then, of course, folks were also really supportive of our water, stormwater, and solid waste services departments. We had quite a few residents say, I love it when I get my flyer in the mail telling me when my trash is going to be picked up. I love my, Raleigh water bills saying XYZ. So that was pretty nice to hear, because that isn't the feedback that we've been hearing over the course of this is our 3rd year doing this. So that was a nice change to hear. And then stuff that we can improve upon. Of course, just like you all mentioned here as well, there is a need for more housing affordability, affordable housing here in the city. So that definitely rose to the top of the list as stuff that we could do better. And then, of course, sidewalks. Every district is so concerned about sidewalks here in the city. And then this year, we also heard about maintenance in our city facilities. Of course, some of our infrastructure is old. So folks did kind of voice, talk a little bit about the maintenance and state of our facilities there. And like I said, a full recap will be available at the end of next month when we publish the engagement report. So speaking about the fiscal year 2026 budget, I really wanted to put in perspective where we are now. It is incredibly early in the budget process, and by incredibly early, it means even I don't know where I'm going to land. But where are we now? And I'm just looking at our base budget. Where are we starting with? So if you'll see, let's start change direction a little bit. Let's start looking at the revenues on the right-hand side of your screen. So as Allison was incredibly descriptive in describing, we are predicting a slower growth in our sales taxes. And of course, the year after every revaluation is super tricky. So we are being a little conservative, and I wouldn't even say conservative. We're just, kind of being cautious. That's a better word, as far as projecting our revenues are concerned. And right now, because I am still waiting to hear from departments about what their asks are for the upcoming budget, we are projecting fees to be flat. Again, the main drivers of our user fees are our development services fees as well as our parks and rec fees. So we're just, unless I hear anything different, which I'm sure there will be some changes as part of the budget process, we are imagining those to be flat. So our revenues right now, we're projecting are going to be $745.1 million. Now let's look at our expenses. And if you'll say, well, where you are right now with the expenses, you just have a deficit of $2.6 million. But let's talk a little bit about how we came up with that number. So you see we're leaning a little bit heavier on the expenses side, and that means our people. So what we've built into the base budget so far is right at the top you'll see is our classification and comp study. So we've got that $11.4 million in there. But on top of that, we've also budgeted merits for our staff, just like we do every year. We are also learning from our departments that just doing business as usual is costing a lot more. And that should come as no surprise to anybody in this room. Big driver of that is inflation. But things are just much more expensive, right? And then, just like I said, doing business as usual, whether it's our health and dental insurance. My apologies, Councilmember Silver, I do see two acronyms there, so I will correct that the next time I'm in front of you. But our ELGERS, our local government employee retiree system, as well as our other post-employment benefits, so I did spell those out. Whether it's vehicle replacements, whether it's risk management, everything is just costing us more. So it's costing us more to just keep the lights on, right? So if I am right here, right now, when we talk about our budget, it's a $1.4 billion budget. I'm thinking $2.6 million isn't bad, but let's face it, I really don't know where I'm going to land. Once, as Ryan mentioned, I really don't know what the needs of every department is going to be because it's super, super early in the budget process. We intend to get those requests back from the departments in the beginning of February. Then we'll start our meetings with the city manager. Her calendar is blocked thanks to me and my department. But we'll have more information coming to you, hopefully when we do meet on February 17th. If there are any changes, I'll be sure to share. But this is where we are. But I do, yes, Councilmember.
Maybe you can take this later, but how would you explain to the citizens who just had a 20% property tax increase, right, that our tax collection is down? It's sort of an intuitive disconnect after such dramatic increases for so many people.
So let me understand what you're saying. You're saying that we had a 20% tax increase that included the 2 pennies that we added for one for the deferred maintenance for capital, and then one for the
property tax values, right, went up
Yes.
dramatically in Wake County.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So many people, even though we kept the rate, right, their value went up, so they got a pretty big hike of property tax. And how does a citizen understand how a lot of people seem to be paying more taxes, but yet you're saying that our tax revenues are flat?
Right now, given where I am in the budget process, to make sure, my assumption is I am not projecting my taxes to be flat. I am projecting that my sales tax is going to grow 2.25%, whereas in prior years it's grown over 4 or 5%. So that I'm projecting slower growth. And for my property tax, and Allison can attest to this, we are assuming a 2% increase in our property tax. But we're going to hear more from the Treasurer's Office at Wake County soon.
The tax administration. Yeah, that information from Wake County will be coming in early February. Yeah. So I think for initial planning purposes right now, there's been assumed to be a smaller growth. Hopefully, we're going to get better news, and that's going to be much higher.
I was thinking of something.
Yeah, of course.
Mayor, one thing I would add is that when you go through a revaluation year, it gets really tricky for everybody where even though before the tax increase, even though residential may have gone up 11% or something, commercial went up at a different amount. So even though the city ends up with the same amount of money, on the whole, residents end up paying more. Mm-hmm. So unfortunately, a lot of the increased taxes that residents are seeing in the change is related to that commercial versus residential split, which the city or the county has no control over. That's really the only way we can assess taxes. So the piece that is within our control last year was for things like this year's compensation study and the deferred maintenance needs. So, I mean, those are essentially going to other items, but the growth from year to year, absent a tax increase, you're looking at 2.5% roughly usually.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So what are we doing as part of this budget process? Last year, when we brought the budget to all of you, especially when we were going through our June budget work sessions, City Council had asked us to thoroughly review our base budget expenses. If you all recall in prior budget retreats, I've always talked about our budget as a triangle, where the majority of our budget is the base of that triangle, and what we're really left to work with is that peak, which is a very, very tiny amount. So what we did was we are looking within. We kicked up the budget. We told departments that given the fact that we did raise taxes last year and we've got this big classification and compensation study to fund, yes, we have $11.4 million for it, but we do not think that that'll be enough. Let's look within and let's see what we can do to pay for this study. So we have gone, as part of our message, has been, we have given departments targeted reductions, and we have asked them essentially to do what they're doing with less. Is that reasonable or not? We'll get to see as we meet the departments later in February to hear from them what they'll be able to achieve. And the goal is that every department, and we were only focusing on general fund departments, but we've asked them to focus looking at their operating expenses, looking at their personnel, just kind of seeing, what they can do, looking within to fund the classification and compensation study moving forward. Again, it will be a piece. It probably won't be the entire study. So with that, I am going to pass it on to Allison Bradshaw to talk about long-term capital planning.
Yeah, thank you. We'll go to the next slide. Next slide. Oh, that's all right. All right. So debt financing is a way that allows the city to take a comprehensive look at our capital infrastructure needs. We have a very sophisticated debt model here at the city, and it accounts for all of our debt service payments, so that's debt that we've already issued. It includes both our general obligation bonds, which we use to fund parks, transportation, and affordable housing here at the city, and also our limited obligation bonds, or our LOBs, which we typically use for city infrastructure. So think of a fire station as that example. Our debt model monitors our management policies to ensure that we do our best to remain a AAA credit-rated entity. That allows us, when we go into the market, to get the lowest interest rates possible, which is great for our taxpayers. What it also allows us to do is to really look forward. How much capacity or debt affordability might exist in the future for us to do more long-term financial planning? And that's really what I want to focus on the next couple of slides. So Sadia mentioned it at the very beginning. We did, believe it or not, a year ago, talk a little bit about the concept of steady state and how that works with long-term financial planning. So the left side of the slide there, where the box is in the white box, that is the exact slide that was shared, again, almost a year ago to the date, where essentially what we're talking about here is being very transparent and direct about how our current resources are allocated between our operations, which Sadia talked a lot about, versus how we fund those capital investments that we know take several years to build out. So these next couple of slides, I'm going to talk to you about a change, as Ryan mentioned, to how we dedicate funding for capital planning. I'm going to talk a little bit about the concept of an advanced capital planning program, and then end a little bit with kind of the concept of steady state and debt affordability and what that might look like in the future. So I know there's a lot of boxes, so I'll definitely take everybody through these. So just to kind of orient, on the left side is our current process, and on the right side of the slide is our future process. But today, when we receive and record our property taxes and our sales taxes, they are all booked in the general fund. The general fund then obviously pays for operations, so we talked about that. It also then transfers some of those resources into our debt service fund, which really think of that as our debt model, and then it transfers into PAYGO, which was also a slide that Sadia talked about. So the proposal for tomorrow's budgeting process is to really take that property and sales tax up front, be very transparent with you, council, as well as the public, about how that's going to be allocated, and it will go directly into the general fund, directly into the debt service fund, and directly into the PAYGO funds. The advantage of that really is to create that transparency so everyone knows exactly how much of the property tax is paying for current operations and how much are we allocating for our long-term capital needs. Any budget surplus that might arise, which is when actuals might come in higher than our budget, would land not just in the general fund, but it would land in the debt service fund as well. That would increase our debt affordability as we look into the future. And then the way, one time, when we implement this change, is it creates actually a smaller general fund. And so certainly members of council know how our excess capital reserve equation works. And it looks at next year's general fund budget, which is going to be lower, and so therefore we're going to create some one-time seed money to essentially talk about an advanced capital planning program, which I'll talk about on the next slide. So the Advanced Capital Planning Program, again, a little bit busy on the left side of the chart here, but I'll walk you through. So the current process when we make an investment into a project, so think of that as a road widening, think of that as a fire station, our new city hall. Council really approves the project capital appropriation one time. And within that one time, you're approving the design dollars as well as the construction dollars. And we know that design can take quite a long time. That is where we're engaging with the community on how that end result is going to look. And so the future process really just takes it into two steps. So the first step there would be that council would approve projects going into this advanced planning concept or program. The project would come out the other end with essentially a preliminary design. So I'm certainly not an engineer, but whether that's at 65% design or some agreed upon end point, and that's going to do a lot of things for us. And at that opportune time, council then would essentially make the final appropriation, which would be any final design money that's needed or any construction dollars or the construction dollars that would be needed to complete the project. So there's a lot of advantages with this concept, and the first really is it helps assist in our project scoping. So again, we know that the design process through our community engagement, can take a while, and so it will enable us to do that project scoping. It allows for more accurate construction costs. Construction costs by far are the biggest part of a capital project. And so it enables us to have that design, again, pretty well underway, so we're able to accurately predict what those cost elements are for construction. It certainly would allow council a more informed decision-making process around what projects do get selected and would be incorporated into the budget. And then because we would have a little bit of this list, if you will, and identification of projects, it would enable us to potentially create opportunities to leverage public-private or P3 relationships or grants that might be out there that might enable us to finish that construction piece of the project. Again, I spoke a little bit about the funding side. The funding for this would come with a one-time reduction of the general fund, again, as we make that switch with how property and sales tax come into the fund. And think of it like a revolving fund. So when we go out for the next debt issuance, we're recouping those design costs, and then the next program comes up. So it really is a revolving fund concept relative to advance capital planning. Yes, Mayor.
Last year of this. So when you talk about lowering reserves because the general fund is smaller, and is that something that municipalities across the state and country are doing? And how is that the bond rating agencies viewing that, and how is the local government commissions viewing that?
Yeah, no, great questions. And I guess I would say we're lowering it from a true dollar perspective, but we are not changing our policy. So actually 2 years ago, council voted to actually increase the percentage of reserves we do manage in the general fund. So that percentage will not change. We're now at 17%. We were at 14%. That was viewed very positively by the rating agencies. But because now simply your general fund is smaller because you have those direct allocations, the dollar amount is smaller, but our percentage will not change. So I hope that's helpful.
No, I understand, but that practice, how is the local government commission viewing doing a direct allocation, decreasing the size of your general fund, and how are the bond rating agencies viewing that practice?
Well, I definitely know that other entities across North Carolina have taken these steps, and I do not believe their credit rating has been damaged or any LGC or local government commission conversations with any of those entities. So this is not, this is a little bit of a copy from other jurisdictions here in North Carolina that has successfully done this type of work.
Just adding one thing. This is the way that it works in Charlotte. Our experience is when we made a similar switch about 5 years ago, it was actually viewed favorably, finance reported to us by the rating agencies, and the reason for that is because when you create that dedicated revenue stream that's not subject to other general fund pressures, that's actually viewed as the big favorable impact of that.
Thanks. Yeah.
I just want to jump in with a quick question here. In switching over to this practice, because I'm not familiar with this, are there disadvantages? So you have the advantages listed. Are there other areas where they say there are disadvantages to this method?
Yes, great question. I think one of the disadvantages, which I don't necessarily know if it's any different than maybe what we experience today, but you may get to a point where you've sunk money into the design of something that arguably you don't construct. So whether that's too expensive to move forward or a different direction is decided, so there could be some design costs that do not move forward into construction.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so before I really jump into the future, I wanted to really show a 20-year look back. So this is the city's historical bonds over the last 20 years. And so we've got the house there on the top line for affordable housing. We have the tree for our parks bonds, and then the curvy road there for transportation. Again, all of those are GEO, that's our general obligation bonds. The buildings there across the bottom are really what we would call our limited obligation bonds, or our LOBs, which again go more for our infrastructure here at the city. So again, think fire station there. I really bring this slide up to show the variability over the last 20 years. So you can see there are a number of years in between bonds, which can definitely create some issues from the time of when you issue and move forward to ultimately final construction on projects. And so really what we're attempting to do with Steady State is to make things much more concise and in a much more rapid pace. And so on the next slide, again, if you look at that white kind of graph, what you'll see is those same icons, so affordable housing, parks, transportation, and our limited obligation or city infrastructure, and you will see that they align over the calendar years. And really what that means is, and the reason why it aligns with calendar years is because that's when the voters have an opportunity through the referendum process to vote on the bonds. And so our next opportunity to do that is in the calendar year 2026. You can see again in 28, you can see again in 30, and you can see again in 32. There's a dollar amount there that you can see, and that's really what staff is going to continue to work through, because ultimately what we are driving towards is that column, if you will, that has those icons would offer council a maximum amount of money, if you will, that you could move forward with GEO and limited obligation bonds, again, on an every other year cycle. There's a lot of advantages to that. Definitely from a debt financing perspective, we would have smaller bonds. They would be more frequent because, again, that was why I showed that 20-year history. There are many, many years in between. It reduces the city's risk to ask for a bond extension. And it creates opportunities. It enables us, because of that advanced planning concept and the fact that our projects are much further along in the design phase, we're able to really size those bonds because we feel like we have a better estimate of the cost, specifically the construction side of the equation. It enables many of our internal staff to be able to focus on the design side or the construction side. So today they are doing quite a bit of both, just because, again, the timing of when our prior bonds have come through. And the hope clearly is that we have a quicker project implementation because, again, we've done that pre-design work ahead of really asking for the voters for approval to move forward on a GEO bond. So that is the concept of Steady State. So again, that direct allocation up front of property and sales tax, the creation of the advanced planning tool and program will enable us to move forward to a steady state where we've created some debt capacity, some debt affordability. We know what those are, and we can look to the future in order to implement that. I'll say just one quick thing on that first bar. You will notice there is no tree. The reason why there is no tree is because we just did a $275 million parks bond. So I don't believe that that's on the thoughts for 2026. So that's why the tree is just out of that one bar there. That's essentially our long-term financial planning discussion.
Thanks, Allison. So as we wrap up, you've heard Allison and I talk about the current fiscal year budget. You've heard me talk about what our plans are for the upcoming budget process. And then, of course, Allison just outlined really nicely what our intention is with the budget as we move over to a steady state. So I would like to wrap us up talking about some next steps. So as we go through the fiscal year, City Council members identify budget notes, and primarily those are your way of finding out, little tidbits about, hey, if I would like to do X, Y, Z for the budget, how much would that cost? What would that look like? So far, we have received one budget note from Councilmember Branch, and that is the request for a cost of a city historian. We will bring all budget notes back in June, during the June council budget work sessions. And of course, something that, yes, sir?
That was actually from Councilmember Black.
That was from both of you, actually. Yeah. So something else, as we go through every retreat, it's similar to what we do when we do our budget engagement sessions. We are incredibly attuned to hearing about City Council's priorities and just ensuring that the manager's budget is also a reflection of those priorities when that budget is proposed during May. So this is what our tentative schedule looks like for our budget work sessions. In February, just like we've done in years past, we'll do an overview of what we've heard from the community in our engagement sessions. Then this year, we will be giving you all a preview of what we've heard from departments regarding the capital improvement program for the city of Raleigh. Again, it will be really early in the process. This session is scheduled for February the 17th, but we hope to give you all, kind of daylight some of the issues that departments have kind of brought forward for the capital budget. In March, because I had mentioned in a prior slide that, the results of the classification and comp study will be wrapping up in February, the HR director will be coming forward to talk about the study, kind of what those results are. And then we'll also be having the HR director talk about our benefits in the city, as well as bring forward the separation allowance report, which I know that some of you are really eager to hear more about. And then our last work session will be talking about grants. We have 3 grant programs here in the city of Raleigh. We have our arts program. We also have our CDBG program, as well as our human services grants. So in years prior, we've always normally brought grants forward in April, and we'll be doing that. And then we'll have our enterprise departments come and chat with you all about what their budgets and fee increases would look like. So that's our Raleigh Water, our Stormwater, and Solid Waste Services departments. So to wrap up, I'm going to talk about some key dates. There's a lot of dates on this slide. I just talked about the top, which are your budget work sessions. Our goal is to propose a balanced budget, knock on wood, on May 20th. Our public budget hearing is scheduled for June the 3rd. And then we've got a slew of council budget work sessions scheduled each Monday in June. So you'll see 5 there that have been scheduled. These have been approved as per your 2025 meeting calendar. So our first possible date of budget adoption could be June 16th or the 17th, which actually happens to be a Tuesday, a regularly scheduled city council meeting. And then, of course, our last case being June 30th, of course, that being the last day of the fiscal year. That would be really scary if that were to happen. Yes, sir.
Why is it the 16th and not the 9th?
Sorry, I do have the 9th in there.
You said the first time we could approve the budget is the 16th.
Because our public budget hearing is the 3rd. So that'll happen. You can't adopt a budget prior to...
the 9th is after the 3rd.
Well, if you want to adopt it on the 9th, you can. You just haven't traditionally.
Okay.
Yeah. So. And then I think that's about it. That about wraps it up for us. So we're open to any questions and comments that you have at this point.
Yeah, just a few items. Thank you for this. Very helpful. One item that I've mentioned, and I just wanted to make sure, it becomes a formal budget note, is around those top 20 intersections and potential improvements. I know we're not going to have a committee meeting until the end of February about that, so we won't have data about which ones could use support, but that was something I've been in talks with Michael Moore and Paul Callum about, and I didn't know how I need to bring it forward in a more formal way.
So I do understand that is currently in committee, and I understand you had said that is a budget note, but I think we're waiting on the committee to decide.
Before it would become formal in March, for example.
Okay. So I think the intention then is that we'll bring this forward in March instead of waiting for it to be an official budget work note in June.
Okay.
Yes.
That sounds good. Yeah, just want to clarify on that one. Also curious on our sales tax assumptions. So we're a little bit off from what you showed in the graph. And it looks like the assumption maybe that was made was that things would be a similar change, like that happened from fiscal year 23 to 24. I wonder, how do we make those predictions and forecasts? Is it very complex, or we're usually just say it's probably like last year, or how do we think about that?
Yeah, that's a great question. And sales tax is by far the toughest revenue to forecast. So certainly we pay attention to what the larger dynamics are happening in the economy. That's one of the factors where definitely those lines there that I talked about in that spacing, I don't know that any of us predicted this historic inflation rates that we saw so high, all that federal stimulus money. I would say outside of the pandemic, what you generally see is much similar to property tax, a general steady growth. We know people are moving to Wake County, Raleigh all the time, but we definitely look at the larger economics. We certainly look at history. We look at trends. So it's, I guess, more of an art than a science.
Do we review what other communities are predicting or forecasting?
Sure, there is some benchmarks. I definitely would reach out to my peers in the Big Ten, which is the 5 largest counties and cities, to see what they're doing. Definitely know that Budget also does that. So yeah, we would absolutely be looking at what other peers across our state might be doing as well.
Okay. And just one more question about the every 2-year steady state bond idea. It sounds great from a planning standpoint. I'm curious about the appetite of residents to vote for such a item every 2 years. Are there other communities that have been successful with this approach, or is there pushback?
Yeah, I don't know, Ryan, if you wanted to speak to that.
Yeah, so I think the key distinction is if you're doing something over 70 years and you're saying we have enough for a $70 million program, if you're doing something over 2 years, you have enough for a $20 million program. So you're not saying that just because the frequency increases that you're putting more money into it, but the advantages are you can kind of take more bite-size projects at what you're trying to accomplish. You do have to prioritize a little bit more rather than saying 8 projects are in this bond. You may have to make the decision that 3 projects are in this bond, and then in 2 years we're going to look at those next projects. So that's probably the big distinction. I would say it's a lot better because you don't end up 5 years into a bond with projects that are really disconnected cost-wise from what you initially planned. So that's probably the big advantage. The disadvantage, of course, is almost public relations, where you're talking about a smaller bond than you did before, so trying to explain that this is intended to be over a shorter period of time can be a bit of an issue.
Yeah, it seems like the communications requirements of doing this are going to be high, and we need to prepare for that.
Yeah, and to make it clear, there's no magic to 2 years. I mean, right now we're at 7 years. If council wanted to try 4 years or something to kind of phase it in, that works too. It's just any amount that increases the frequency would be helpful from a planning standpoint and to avoid some of these big inflationary issues.
Quick question while you're there. Historically with transportation and with parks, we know exactly which projects are part of the bond. With housing, sometimes it's more of a bucket. So how do you account for that from a housing standpoint?
Yeah, that's a really good distinction, and it is notable that you're not likely to put any projects for housing into quote-unquote advanced planning, whereas for transportation, for instance, we could get to a point where council decides to add a couple projects to advanced planning this year for next year's bond. It is certainly less important with housing because you don't have that advanced planning component. So, I mean, if housing stayed on a more infrequent schedule, I think that's okay. Because the way finance structures it with housing is they're not going to structure the actual debt until the costs come in anyway. So, yeah, that is a distinction, and there is some flexibility there.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Silver.
I have a question about the sales tax. Just want to make sure I state what is going on. There is volatility, we understand that, but recognizing the importance of getting those businesses that collect sales tax is a priority. I just heard on a campaign trail, it is very difficult to go through the permitting process to get a business open. Sales tax is going to be goods, it's going to be restaurants. So I'm just wondering, are we focusing on, is that clearly an issue? And if it is, we want to get those businesses online as quickly as possible so that we can start collecting the taxes. So I want to go a little bit more granular to understand what is happening, because this is something I've heard. And since sales tax is so volatile, wouldn't it be in our best interest to find out what is happening on the permitting process to make sure those projects that actually produce sales tax are moving along a lot quicker? Whether it's more hand-holding to make sure not just come back for a second review, but how do we expedite it, because it is vital to how we predict what our sales tax collection is going to be.
Yeah, be happy to follow up on that. I think maybe I heard two things, so I want to make sure. So certainly the way an entity or a business would register, that's all done through the North Carolina Department of Revenue. So I'd be happy to reach out to them to see, to your point, is there any backlog or is there any additional education? I wanted to make sure that
Yeah, the second part is, like I said, I'm hearing this from people. I don't know how true it is. I tried to open up X restaurant. It took me 12 months.
Okay.
I don't know if that's true or not true, but there
Sure.
was a sense of frustration. And if collecting sales tax is important, then going through that our permitting process to upfit a building to open it up would be a priority. So I don't know. I'm just sharing what I've heard, saying Raleigh wants to be business friendly, but this is my experience. This was one individual. I don't know if it's true or not true. But if that's the case, then I want to make sure we prioritize helping those potential restaurateurs or retailers getting their business open so we can start collecting sales tax from their goods and their food and beverage services.
Great. Yeah, again, I think I heard two questions, and we'll be glad to follow up on both of those.
I think, you had. Cool. Couple for me. Thanks, y'all, for this. So I saw the budget note captured for the city historian. I do also think separately we directed the city clerk's office to explore challenges and opportunities related to that. And so I think they might be traveling parallel paths. And I wonder if we could get a manager's update on whatever information is known, because I know sometimes the budget notes are not presented to us until the budget process. But if there's something ready that we could review in advance, that'd be appreciated. And then Sadia, I don't know, last year in the budget, you made this little diagram that reflected an individual taxpayer's allocation.
We did do that.
The median homeowner would pay $1,200 in property tax and 5 go to parks and 10 go to public safety. And I found that to be very useful. I made 100 copies and I handed them out at all my community meetings, and people were very appreciative. So if that wasn't too heavy a lift, I'd love to see that in the next budget presentation.
Sure.
And then, sorry, I'm trying to be quick. For steady state, I think sometimes it's helpful when we're talking about these huge numbers to try to put a metaphor together for the public that, like, what this would be similar to, or not, I'm sorry, not steady state. The thing where the money doesn't flow through the general fund, it goes to the direct allocation. So tell me if this is a useful metaphor or redirect it if I'm off. So in the current situation, like my husband's paycheck and my paycheck flow into our bank account, and then I pay our mortgage, I put money in my Roth and my kids' college fund, and I also pay my bills and my groceries. And in this model that you're suggesting, rather than those two paychecks flowing into my bank account and then flowing out, the paycheck would just, like, some of the paycheck would just go directly to the mortgage company, some of it would just go directly to the Roth, and then some of it would land in my bank account to buy my groceries. Is that like a reasonable metaphor?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And ultimately, it's almost like, think of it like you're checking in your savings account. Today, you might put all of your deposit into your checking account, only to transfer some to your savings account. What this is going to do is say, and I'll just pick an 80-20 rule, 80% is going to go into checking and 20% would go into these other buckets. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah, got it. And that's useful to me as like when I'm managing my own funds, it's helpful when the money just kind of like whisks off into the savings accounts, because then I'm not tempted to be like, okay, but actually this month I do kind of want a new pair of shoes, right? So, and then, okay, and now then this one really is about steady state. Is the intention, if we're going to run these sort of small bonds more regularly, is the expectation that there's a commitment from the council not to raise property taxes through their own authority in those intervening years? And my follow-along question is, like, bonds fund capital projects, but someday it's going to continue to cost more money to pay our employees, and these will not cover those operating costs. So, how do we just solve for that through natural growth in the tax base? Or
yeah, so I mean, I guess historically, Raleigh, a lot of the times when they do a bond, there's a property tax increment that goes towards the bond, some kind of increase. I think, and we're unfortunately not at the point where we can just implement this. It would take some time, but eventually you're trying to get a point where you can do a series of bonds that year without increasing taxes, and you're also leaving enough capacity that 2 years later or 4 years later, whichever way you guys would want to do it, you still have that same amount of capacity. Now, nothing would preclude that council from saying, we're not going to take any of the future capacity, but we have this urgent need or urgent project, and we would like to do an extra $100 million to do this and pay for it with some kind of tax increments. So you can build on it, but the concept is once you get going, you're not starting at zero. You're not binding future councils to say, even to do a basic level of capital increases, you have to do a tax increase.
Just a couple, just plain pros and cons on that. I mean, we all saw Kerry's 2 bonds fail this year. So there is a sense of political timing on when you float bonds. So this steady state, could be problematic politically. The other is, I know when I was promoting the Parks bond, there was this sense that, you had to have projects that were across the city so that everyone had the stake that, yeah, I want to vote for this bond because I know I'm going to get a whitewater park in my district. If you have much smaller bonds, then clearly you're expecting the entire city to vote for a package that may only have 2 or 3 projects, none of which may be in a district. So it also seems politically a little more challenging to build support. But I mean, I'm just brainstorming how that might play. The other question I had, Councilmember Silver and I have not been around, so this transit $21.5 million deficit certainly is a big number. And I would just be curious, both that and the parking much smaller, but getting a little bit of a deeper dive to understand the dynamics around that deficit and just trends. I know we've come out of a period of American recovery and federal funds, and we're losing those funds. But I mean, that's just an enormous deficit to be running as a city. So.
And Mayor, just a clarification of that. I don't know if you can go to that slide quick, Sadia. When you're looking, the 2 that have the subsidy, well, I guess solid waste does for now as well. So solid waste and parking are true subsidies that the general fund is supporting. With transit, that's actually a maintenance of efforts from when Go Wake, or was it Go Wake or Go Raleigh? I apologize. Was created. So we have a required level of general fund support. So the terminology is probably bad. That's apologize. That one's a requirement. So we cannot go below that level.
Okay. Like I said, I think it would be helpful for me to understand all of that. Regardless of if that's really truly a $21.5 million deficit that we're paying or not, but just.
Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, it may be helpful to have a separate work session or budget work session on these enterprise funds. The parking fund We've got this pilot out there for downtown where we've been providing the free 2-hour parking. We're going to get that data back to us. For years, since I've been on the city council, I have heard a discussion of why are we in the parking business? Can we sell our city-owned decks? Is this an asset we want to maintain anymore? I mean, $2.7 million, to your point, feels relatively small compared to the full budget, but it's real money. And if we can find ways to trim these things, I think that could be really helpful. I mean, that's the gap that you showed us on that little scale.
For now.
For now. And so I think it may be time to actually have a conversation about some of these assets. And there may be some competing interests, right? Because if we don't own parking garages anymore, then we cannot offer free 2-hour parking. And so we will have to figure out some strategies and some trade-offs. But I think it's worth having a conversation rather than seeing it on a chart and being like, oh, well, that's just how things are. And then we keep going.
I'd just like to echo what Councilor Melton is saying and expand on it a little bit. I think when we do these budget in the last few years, what I would like to see more of is where we can cut. You know, what programs, what he's saying with parking. But when I had the discussion with residents and they say, oh, you're overspending. And I'm like, okay, where? Like, tell me, because I don't think we are. But I don't have the background to say that. So if when we have these discussions in the public format, you can show me where we can make some cost reductions, that would be beneficial for my conversations. Thank you.
Thank you.
And perhaps it's as simple as, I know in one of the slides you said you went back to the departments and asked them to look for places to trim the fat, maybe a report out, not a deep granular line by line report out of what they found, but some broad stroke categories of how they found to do that.
That is actually something that we will be doing as part of our budget proposal when we come to you in May.
Just another question on the revenue side. We're talking a lot about sales tax, which is 11% of our revenues, but fees and charges are 16%. I'm curious if we have additional data on benchmarking of fees. Are there areas where we are potentially, I don't want to say undercharging, overcharging, but just given how important that is as a revenue source, having a better understanding of how we're competing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that'll definitely come as part of that budget work session with the enterprises in particular. They have very sophisticated rate modeling, cost of service studies, et cetera. And so I know each one of the department directors in the room will be prepared for that discussion.
I'm intrigued by the steady state. I understand there are political considerations around it. How will the capital planning occur? Is there going to be a 4-year plan, a 10-year plan, so you know how you rationalize that every 2 years versus starting from scratch every 2-year cycle? So how would that work over the life of the program? Would it be, some cities have a 4-year capital plan, then they have a 10-year capital plan, and it's updated. So in the steady state model, how would that capital planning occur?
Yeah, great question, and I'll certainly take a stab at that. So on an annual basis, we are looking at a 5-year CIP. Really, quite frankly, under the covers, we're looking a lot further into the future. But the way the budget process works is council is adopting that first year of a 5-year plan. And so a little bit to your point, we're already having headlights 3 to 4 to 5 years out on projects that maybe could fit in our capital advanced planning fund. But again, we have a lot of data even past the 5 years.
Any further questions? I see a hand. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan. Nah, I just...
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much to the finance and budget team. That was really helpful. I can tell from the conversation and discussion you all had. So we are almost at 4 o'clock, which maybe you can believe it, maybe you can't believe it. I'm not sure which one you feel more aligned with. We're going to do I would love to end, because we do have a whole nother day tomorrow, with each of you having a chance to reflect and prepare for the next day that we have together. And this will be quick because I know everyone is probably ready to get out of here. So if there's anyone that this speaks to, you're welcome to go first. You don't need to go in order along the row. One thing, there's two things to reflect on. The first is something that you feel you learned today that will be useful for you in the next 6 months, and something that you're excited to hear more about tomorrow on the agenda. Yeah.
I enjoyed the fourth graders' Lego depictions of their vision for Raleigh. Yeah, love them.
Tomorrow.
What am I excited about for tomorrow?
Anything specific?
Getting through the agenda and doing a good job at it.
Perfect.
Tomorrow, I'm excited for the housing and zoning discussion because I feel like we often talk about affordable housing in a silo, and I think our housing and neighborhoods department is going to do a really good job just looking at the agenda materials and talking about how they all work together, land use, and then the public subsidies. And then today, something I learned, I don't know if it's something I learned, but it was really nice when Councilmember Harris and I compared our 7 priorities, and 5 of the 7 were the same, and then the 2 that were not were just sort of like, well, she picked one in the same category, a different one than I picked, and so it was nice to just sort of have that, I guess, that consensus where, there's a lot more commonality with our colleagues.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll come back to you, Councilmember Brand.
I learned. There's a lot I need to learn. But I also appreciated the alignment among all of us on some of the priorities. Like Councilmember Lambert Melton, I'm very much looking forward to it says smart growth and annexation, but the land use and housing, very much looking forward to that conversation.
Thank you.
For me, definitely the alignment and just working with Councilor Patton on where we aligned, and then how we really weren't that far off on the things that we didn't check. It's just that we can only pick 7. And I think for tomorrow, definitely the housing, but definitely growth and annexation, and having that conversation and road mapping it out on how we want to move the city, because regardless of some things we may plan, the environment will force us to do certain things as well.
Absolutely. Anyone else at the farther end of the table? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Patton.
No, I haven't had, anyway. It's always good to be reminded that we are like more aligned than far apart. So these exercises are always really useful. Just to like say another thing that hasn't been said, is it's always nice to reaffirm that we are aligned with the public. So seeing some of those charts that were like, this is what the community said, and oh look, this is also on y'all's websites, it reminds us that we're all like all rowing in the same direction. And then, like my colleagues, this sort of affordable housing conversation that's coming tomorrow. I am looking forward to bragging on Emila about our new direct voucher program, because we got to see some cool feedback about it from the streets yesterday, which was cool.
She has that to look forward to then.
Yeah, I mean, great to see just the first budget conversation. It just makes me, like you, Councilmember Silver, know just how much there is to know, the benchmarking, the metrics, and really the deep dive in the next few weeks and months to really understand that and feel like we're looking at, where is there waste, where can we improve, and then trying to do all of these common goals without raising property tax. And like, how do we do that? So,
$1 question.
Yeah.
Literally.
Certainly enjoyed seeing how much consensus there is amongst the council across a variety of different topics, which is great. I know everybody's looking forward to housing and those conversations, but definitely the growth and annexation conversation I think is going to be really, really important as the city is continuing to grow quite quickly and rapidly. What are some things that need to be on our radar, and certainly some things that need to be on the radar of the public. So,
thank you.
And then for me,
I think consensus is great. I also think it's great when the public gets to see when we don't agree. So I really appreciated our conversation on public comments so that we can show our values and let them know that just because we disagree doesn't mean that we can't work together or that we can't come to a resolution. So I really appreciated that today. And then for tomorrow, I'm most looking forward to the boards and commissions discussion. I think having that conversation of how we grow and amplify those who are on advisory panels for the city and how we utilize their voice and incorporate it into the decisions we make is going to be a really great discussion. So great job, guys. You guys have done a phenomenal job all around.
Thank you to staff. Well, with that, we're not going to keep you any longer. We will see you tomorrow. We're starting again promptly at 9. Everyone have a good evening.